Okay, cool. Got my mic working. You have audio going. Sure it's playing on the stream. So don't mind a little bit of double listening. Okay, so let's do the thing. We're in Sioux City, that's Omaha. Sioux City Gateway, we're up here in northeast. Oh. Way up here. Helicopter. We're going to be very touristy today, so I'm thinking we do the 130. Oh man, and no worries. Glad you're here. We're going to use the Hell Yeah Brother livery here. I'm going to top off on fuel, but that doesn't mean anything, because I'm just going to have to click it again, and I think we're making a stop halfway through today anyways. Vans RV8 doing stunts, hell yeah, that's what those things are made for. People don't get vans to be like, oh man, I'm not going to do anything crazy with it. You don't buy vans for casual flying. They're not bad comfortably wise. Comfortably wise. They're not bad, but it's like I'm going to put this airplane upside down at some point. And the cool thing is, on a lot of planes that don't have recorders, as long as you can keep your rolls and everything at 1G, then nothing's gonna hit on your transmitter, so nobody will know the difference. Set as departure. On the ground shutdown. We're gonna make a few stops. I got to mark my final resting area though. So we gotta come out here through Badlands. We will have to get fuel. That's a thing, because we're gonna be coming over here to Mount Rushmore. And I think we're gonna come up here north to Sturgis. I think that's my game plan for today. Yeah, exactly. They're made to be played with. Just like balls. If they're your own. Set as arrival. Okay, so places we are adding. There's a touristy spot that I want to fly by here in Sioux City. It's like a monument or something like that. It's going to be a long flight today, but we're going to see if we can cover the boring section of Middle America as quickly as we can, you know. It's as far as flying over continental United States, this is the day that I was least looking forward. How did I know you would say that? Good intuition. Okay, so I think the place we're going is here. Okay, it honestly doesn't look like much. Let me check my actual Google Maps real quick. I've got it all pinned out to where I can see things. Let's see, Sioux City. It's up here in Ponca? North of Ponca, okay. It's right here by these parking lots. Add. Okay, what's next? And the next one's an airport way into it. Yeah, we're gonna go out towards Winter. Butte. Burke. White River. Mart Municipal. Where are we looking? Doing my headset a little bit. No, we're gonna stop way before then. Okay, cool. Winter. So we are midway-ish of fuel stop. That did not add the way I expected it to. There's an Air and Space Museum up here. Cool. I'm good with that. We'll figure it out. Let's get this back on the stand there. I don't think I'll have to deal with timer lighting. We may push it close or have a sunset landing. If it gets too late, we may call off Mount Rushmore because I don't want to. Why am I flying? Why am I flying? Why am I flying? Okay, shit. Okay. I thought we were about to have a rough start. Why am I not? Why do I not have doors on? Let's see if I can hop in real quick and. Okay, cool. I'm okay with that. Let's see. Okay, I feel good enough. Am I straight? Nope. Don't take that out of context. Okay, cool. Airbus Eurocopter, same thing. I believe this is the H-130, so it would be the Airbus version. But it's the same thing as the Eurocopter EC-130. I don't know which model this is. Does it say if it's like a T1, T2 or anything? It doesn't say. But give or take, this is the A-Star, but wider, with more viewing, and they up the power a little bit to help compensate for the weight. This is a big tour helicopter. They use a lot for medical stuff, too. It'll actually have the feet of the person there, and then the body back here, or the body of the patient there. Okay, so we've had the fuel pump on for a few seconds. Let's see, this is slightly different than what I'm used to. Gotta remember where all this stuff is here. Avionics on because I want to see what's going on. Sand filter on. We don't need the sand filter, but we'll have it on for start. Our ignition on there. We can see our N1 going up. Jesus, and it's a FADEC controlled system. The fuel system thing's not working there. Okay, I've got my fuel clicked all the way up on my little thing, but the little sensor reading thing there, it's just apparently this model that doesn't work. It's kind of annoying. Okay, cool. Turn our horn on, turn our generator. No, don't reset the generator. Generator on. Okay. You're not overspeeding. You're not overspeeding. Why are you doing this to me? You're not overspeeding. You're not overspeeding. Shut up. See, there's supposed to be a FADEC control for this. Shut up. See there, now it's regulated itself back down to the 400 RPM that it needs to be. Zero knots is way too fast, yeah. Yeah, air evac near me, all they have is, regulate yourself. There you go. Yeah, all they have is, what's it called? Like, mostly 206 L4s. There's a 206 L1 that I've seen from way south, like Jacksonville based. Blah, 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 blah. Looks like we're good to go. Sioux City, you've been fun, but this is Helicopter 42069 America's Wagon. We're going to be departing to the north from the north ramp. Left seat's different than what we've been doing. All of our flights so far have been right seat. So this is going to be a little bit strange. But again, most of them that we have around here are all 206s, or they are, there's an occasional 407 that crosses over. And there's like a 135 that's somewhat nearby. So we kind of have the ringer of them all. So let's get this off. We don't need that. Where we are going. This left seat feels weird compared to having done like 7 hours so far in the right seat in the past few days. What do you mean limit? We are nowhere near any limits. What? Literally, what do you want? Let's see, mentioning something about 145. Yeah, there's a few 145s and 117s. There's rain up here, hell yeah. Which the 145 is basically BK-117, just in a newer rendition, but there's a handful of them out of PDK. Most of them come out of Metro Aviation, which is a company that does a lot of like children's healthcare and stuff like that. And they like those because they're big enough to put a lot of medical equipment in there. They're multi-engine, they're extremely reliable. So it kind of has all the things that are nice to have for a for something getting into children's hospitals. Because the big thing is they want 2-engine capability in a lot of children's hospitals. Not because they need the power, but because if there is something where one of the engines fails, they will tell you to get your people out of the helicopter and to get your weight down as much as you need to take off and to get off the pad. From what I understand, their importance is wanting you to be off the pad so that way they can get children in and out if something's wrong with them. So good on them. I don't blame them. It's a good policy to have. Also, I saw a weird one today. It was not weird per se. November 125 SF, maybe? Sierra Foxtrot? Was that it? I don't know. Anyways, it took off out of a Falcon Field here. KFFL? I don't know. Anyways, the one that's in Peachtree City. And it was is the demonstration ship for the Thales, THALES, for their 4-axis autopilot. So it was one that they fitted that to. And they've used that in the to kind of fly around and do demonstrations and stuff like that. And last I saw, it belonged to them. I don't know if it still does or not, but that's what it says. That I'm inclined to believe that. It's SR20. Okay, give me a second. I'll look at my Google search history real quick. November 125 Sierra Charlie SC. And if you just Google that one, you'll see, because it'll pull up images, and there's a Vertical Magazine article where they're talking about it. Didn't read too much into it. I was kind of busy-ish today. Like, I literally just finished leg day. Like, in between my sets, I was making the thumbnail for this, getting the stream set up, making sure everything was charged and actually working right so that we didn't have another technical difficulty sort of startup to it. Yeah, busy day. And last night, I went to go see a Warfare, that new A24 movie, which I was trying to explain it to some of the guys in one of my chats, but it was like I don't even want to call it a movie. It was a whole bunch of people that were actually in war, and they all told the story of this one event, and then they took that event and they made it a script, and that is the entirety of this story. And I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to call it a movie, because it wasn't really a movie. Yeah, we flew our Falcon Field to Atlanta Motor Speedway, then back to Falcon Field. Yep, that was a flight that I happened to see it on. Because I'll just get on Flight Radar and look at stuff, even if it's not directly over where I live. I was like, ooh, helicopter near me, what's it doing? And that was the flight that I saw it on. I was looking at some of its recent flight history. It's bounced around Atlanta like a few times in the past few days, and it was like in Huntsville and some other places. So I think they're kind of going around the southeast and doing like demonstration flights to different people with like eligible aircraft. There we go. Anyways, blah blah blah. So Warfare. in my opinion, a movie is something that's been scripted through Hollywood where things are embellished or hidden or changed or censored or really, really hyped up or sold or oversold or undersold. And this was not a movie. It was, like I said, it was a retelling of a story from this event. And, like, I'm not a former military guy, so I can't act like I'm gonna have PTSD or have that trigger PTSD or anything. But, like, the most movie-ish part of it was at the beginning, where, like, if you watch the trailer, it shows all the guys kind of standing around a screen or something dancing. Like, it shows that, which is them all watching, like, a dance video. Then that's like 2 minutes of that, then 2 minutes of them at night getting into the place that they're going to be doing the sniping and holding down the fort at. And then after that, it was just real time. So whenever it picked up at like noon the next day or whatever, until 2:30 in the afternoon, like, it was all real time. So the 90 minutes of film that you saw was that, when it was 5 minutes from the tank or the Bradley fighting vehicle or whatever being able to come and pick them up. Like, you sat there for 5 minutes with them. And nothing was hidden. From what I understand, nothing was changed. It was as told. They didn't shy away from any blood or violence or fear. They didn't make everybody look out to hero. Some people look like assholes. Some people look like cowards. And it's all just how everybody reacted in the moment, because it's such a shocking situation. So I'm not judging anybody who was there. I mean, if you're somebody who's put into a leadership position and you've been told your whole life, like, cool, we can do this, we can do this, we can do this, blah, blah, blah. All you have to do is call these people and you're good to go if you're in trouble. And then when something doesn't happen and you're not fully trained or whatever the case was, like, you can break down. If you're just not mentally made for that situation, you can break down. Not blaming that on anybody. But, yeah, it was something way different than what I expected to see, but I also understood what it was supposed to be. I know a lot of people are going to see it and go like, man, that wasn't that good of a movie. Like, there was no crazy reactions or whatever to the story or whatever the case was. Like, people aren't going to necessarily understand what it is. But that's cool. The movie's not for them. But, yeah, it's something interesting. If whoever's watching this now or in the future wants to, see something interesting and you haven't seen Warfare yet, then I suggest it. It puts you exactly in that place and time, as unfiltered and unadulterated as you would expect it to be. But yeah, that was me last night. That's why I didn't get any time on this last night, because I was there doing that. But that's okay. Well, I need breaks from this sometimes. I'm not saying I don't enjoy flying straight and level for hours on end, but it's nice to have a break. It's nice to get out. Got to hang out with the homies who I do a lot of shooting with, so it was definitely worth it. Okay, I think we're getting to our first location up here. And what this is, it's some sort of monument. So I'm slowly letting down on my collective here on the left. Having to add some left pedal because we're more or less in a auto rotation, kind of dropping, but I still have some power added. The pictures on Google of this place kind of reminded me of the pillars in Georgia where it got bombed or something like that. And I doubt this is even going to show the actual pillars itself, is because this is probably a very unvisited place in the middle of an actual nowhere place. But yeah, it's just like some monument that's up here. And I was like, okay, cool. If it's directly in our path, I wanted to add a few places. I'm going to head out for now. I'll be back in an hour or two, and I'll still be live. I'll see when you get back, man. Go have fun and enjoy doing whatever you're doing. But while you're doing it, just remember that we're flying around these monuments here. You can see their shadows on the ground there. That's where they were supposed to be. Wow, so pretty. I'm ready to get on up out of here. Peace. I'll see you in a couple 100 miles. Good little hills and mountains and stuff in this area too, weirdly enough. Like, man, to have a... I'm not saying I want to live in South Dakota. It seems like a relatively uneventful place, which could be a good thing. But, yeah, these hills right next to the rivers where it gets you out of the flood area, gives you a view like that. If you're going to be somewhere, that's the place to be, I'll tell you what. Okay, but our next stop should be the Winter Airport. That'll be in like an hour. Matt, Sean, radio check over. Yep, radio check, good check. We're here. You missed it, Mr. Airbus fan, Georgia plane spotting just skadoodled. He'll be back in a little bit. Pee pee poo poo over. I'm more of a pee poo sort of person. Just like I'm a sock shoe sort of person in the morning. But, you know, we'll allow a pee pee poo poo. Are y'all socks first? I mean, you're obviously sock first. But are you like a left foot sock first or right foot sock first? What's your sock shoe order in the morning? This is an important discussion. Or when y'all just missed we just took off of Sioux City. We swung by some park on the river that's just north of Sioux City. There's a little town just north of Sioux City. Don't know what that place was called. Don't remember. I had it marked, so we went there. And very uneventful. And today is probably the most unexciting, uneventful day for flights here in the continental U.S. Shoe first, sock second, pants third, obviously. And if you do it any other way, you're honestly probably... I can't say that word. Not this early in the stream. I want a chance for monetization for my efforts one day. I can just see me getting to like episode whatever, finally hitting 1,000 subs where they can monetize it. Or where I can monetize it and I back monetize all of these things. And then just slowly, little autismos will watch these, this whole series. Well, so hello guys, if you're rewatching this series. I make it so exciting. Don't flatter me. But, yeah, little people watching this one day. I say little people because you're all the way down there and you're not in a VR helicopter. But people watching this one day, like in something I found interesting, like if you watch, which I know Sean's familiar with, not sure about you, Belinda, but Linus Tech Tips on YouTube. Every once in a while, they will post a video about like what their most profitable videos are, or something like that. And it's always like, even though they'll have like a 15-minute video with 10 million views, like sure that might make like $20,000 worth of ad revenue, but they have like a live stream with like 500,000 views. but it's a 3-hour live stream. And that particular video will end up making more than their super high count whatever video, because people come back and watch it on the back end. And when you're looking at just the numbers, it's not so much about the views, it's about the view time, the watch time, how long were eyes looking at it. And if you have people watching a series where you're doing hours and hours of flying, we have a wind right now, I will tell you that. I am crabbing like crazy. We're more or less on path, though. But yeah, if you have something where you can have people engaged for, let's just say one person goes back and watches this entire series. Hello, thank you. I promise it's going to be fun, and it will be completed if nothing physically happens to me to where I cannot complete it. But if you can have somebody locked in for 250 hours or more, and you get a few thousand people to run through a series of 250 hours worth of viewing, that equals so many so many normal videos. Like if you just look at 10-minute videos, you know, it's an unreal amount of video views that you can equate to live stream long broadcast times. So there's money in it, you know. It's, I'm not going to say there's not. I'm not going to say I'm not chasing money. Making money would be sick on this, because then it would start paying back for this simulator setup that I've put together. And anything past that goes towards helicopter lessons. That's always been the plan. It's always going to be the plan. But, yeah, 250 to 300 hours times 6. I mean, talking about like 10-minute video things at 300. So you have 1,800 hours of watch time, or 1,800 10-minute videos from just 100 videos worth of me doing this, or whatever. Anyways, the math adds up. It's a fucking lot, or 180. Yeah, 1,800 is what it is. So, wild amount of videos that this would equate to as far as just eyes on time. Ham radio crash course. Are you proud that I knew what HRCC was? They've got some hours for me, I'll tell you that, because, like I said, I've tried to watch them, but I literally need somebody to, like, I need to sit next to somebody doing it and observe and be a part of it happening, and then be like, oh, like, why am I like that? I mean, there are some things I can learn on my own, but I mean, like, technically I learned how to fly helicopters on my own, but it took me doing it. Like, I knew technically what I needed to do, but it was still a 10 to 15 hour process of me figuring it out, you know, which is apparently what it takes in real life too with an instructor. So I felt like I was on par with that, where my mental state or my mental capacity or whatever was on par with the speed that a normal person would pick it up. I'm sure I could have done it faster in real life with an instructor working with me, just because I have that knack or whatever, and having somebody professional instruct as I'm working through it probably goes a lot quicker than just figuring it out myself. We're gonna punch through this rain. We don't care. VFR rules mean nothing. I don't think y'all were in here yesterday, but I took her all the way up to like 11,000 feet to break VFR rules in the clouds. What were we in? We were in a, I think we were in a 206 L3 yesterday, which is kind of like the one that Area Back Live team runs out of Fayetteville, except they're in an L4, so just slightly newer. 445 liters remaining. We are good. It's kind of annoying because the actual visual gas gauge. Just buy a radio and build kit. It's like I've got two radios. I've got my Yaesu VX6R, and I have a Baofeng GT3WP because I wanted one that was submersible. I think they're both submersible actually, but either way, I have both of those. I always found the bow easier to work with. Its UI, or just the way that it presents its UI, seems to be easier for me. But also, I didn't put too much effort into learning the VX6R. So either way, it's I can type numbers in, and I will say when we did Iron Horse or whatever the Milsim event is down in Perry, Georgia, I used my bow fang. I brought both of them, but I used my bow because for whatever reason the VX6R couldn't hit some of the in-between channels. Or let's just say we were doing like 420, 690. Like it couldn't hit that. Or 142065, or whatever the case was. I don't remember what the channels that we were assigned or that we were trying to use were, but it wouldn't hit. Yeah, so I ended up using the bow more during that. And I felt like it was easier to program on the fly. When I say program, I mean I typed in the channel and that's where it went. But also I've done that on the VX6 as well. Sometimes when I'm driving and I'm out near Peachtree City or going up towards Hampton, if I remember, I'll bring it along because I can listen to air traffic channels with it. I can't transmit, but I can listen. And I am actually looking at getting a handheld where I can transmit on air channels, because I feel like that would be a good thing to have doing piloting stuff. Also, this fucking helicopter is annoying. I'm having to crab the shit out of it. I don't know, I feel like we're making good time. We're doing 127 knots. We might be burning fuel a little bit quick, but we're doing 127 knots. Once we hit winter, whatever it is, up here, then we may swap out to something else. Just because I don't know if this model's not good or something, but maybe it's just sitting on this side. Let me Sitting in the middle is kind of strange. I mean, you can see I've got full left pedal here. If I center up, pedals do nothing. Damn Finnish drum systems are just very low thrust comparatively. Oh, also, y'all haven't seen this, but what up? There's nobody flying. Oh no. No, we may be going straight-ish. It just feels like we aren't, and I don't have a trim thing. Oh, I do. It's on the main EFB. From the left, it just feels... It feels like I'm crabbing more than I actually am. Slay. Hell yeah, this is the look. Like, literally the dream is one day if I ever have a helicopter, I'm going to have it painted in red, white, and blue. Eventually. And there's a few color choices that I would like to go with on aircraft. Red, white, and blue American flag would be one. I don't know if I want to do a black helicopter. I'm going to act like it's a normal thing. I feel like it's played out. I think like a deep, deep green, like a British racing green, but maybe a shade darker, would be super, super sexy. are the same thing in a blue. I'm a big fan of like darker blue colors. Where if you were to look at like a Lotus Exige S or Lotus Exige, they had a blue that they came with. The Scion FRS in like 2013 and 14 had a blue color that was called Ultramarine. That was pretty solid. Lexus ISF had a similar blue that was pretty good. Yeah, I think like a deep color like that, where you have like a dark color, then a couple layers of clear over it to really, yeah, that'd be sick. Maybe I'd let people ride in it then. You'd have to take your shoes off first. I don't know if we're going to make this before sunset, guys. Yeah, British Racing Green is one of the better greens. I feel like there might be some better versions, or like just slightly more contrasty. But like a deep forest green of some sort would be slick. And I don't know about... I do want some sort of graphic on, even if it's just like a deep colored version of something, but I don't know what that graphic would be. Let me see if I can do this good enough here. Like something... I like the ones where they kind of like black out that window area there to where it makes the windows look bigger, like there's more cabin area. Or maybe like the Bugatti scoop shape or whatever, where it's kind of like that C. That looks good. What are we doing going so slow? 101 knots? What are we, poor? We are here to burn fuel that does not exist. Fun fact, Sean, I don't know if you've noticed this, but in this simulator, all of these gauges that I'm looking at are using real electricity right now. I'm just like looking at the chat waiting for that to hit for you. Put a shark mouth on it. A deep green, like a glossy shark mouth paint job would be pretty sick. I still want that deep color. I don't know if it would work good on this helicopter though. On some it would. Not on this. I don't know about this one. Maybe. Gee. There's nothing out here. What are you, South Dakota? Yeah, these gauges are using electricity, just like all the street lights and stuff. When those turn on at night, they're using real electricity to light up the ground. All the street lights in any video game you play use real electricity. It's gonna be a fucking long one today. And I was looking more at the Alaskan legs yesterday. Yeah, I think yesterday I had some time. I was looking more at the Alaskan legs. Those are gonna be fun, because it's either gonna be a whole bunch of mountain flying just to find like a little airport here and there when we're making it up the west coast there, or just coastal flying and hitting all the little coastal places that happen to have a landable airport. There's a lot of seaplane bases and stuff up in Alaska, so I've got to be careful that we're not hitting something that's a seaplane base. 5 people in here. What's going on? Big numbers today, boys. This post is doing numbers. Hang on. We're in there. Which it is kind of nice. I didn't even, post this in any of my groups or chats or discords or whatever. I just, okay, cool, we're gonna get on, you know. I'm not gonna post 100 days worth of flying in people's freaking inboxes to tell them to drop in and say hey. But about how expensive NVGs are yesterday. They were shook. What do they expect? Because like as somebody who's always like kind of been into it, I've always had the understanding that, cool, a single tube setup is X amount of dollars. A set of tools can go anywhere from kind of affordable to kind of not affordable. So I'm curious what what they thought it was supposed to be. Also, don't mind me, I'm checking my actual cell phone, my real life cell phone right here. Trying to figure out exactly where we're at. Okay, cool. We got a lot to go. We have a lot to go. Okay, back in it, guys. 99 miles an hour? What am I doing? We're at 5,000 feet. That does make me wish. I need to print some sort of centering thing for the cyclic here, so I can trim in and actually be able to go hands off for a few seconds without risking life and limb. But basically, this lake is still the Missouri River, and we're just going to keep following it, give or take, until a certain point, and then we're going to go west. What that point is way upriver. Yep, see, there we go, doing that diving thing again. Yeah, this is still considered a lake right here. So we're actually going to go through that, and it's going to go back to a river, then it's going to go back to a lake again. And then we're going to look out for a bridge going over it. Let's see. Like, what do these people up here do for fun? There's definitely big feet out here. Are they on a human? Maybe. In them tree. Dim? Is that like Mormon speak that you're learning at work? Also, I think technically we're still in Nebraska here. Once we cross up here in a little bit, we'll be in the Dakotas. But yeah, if there is Bigfoot somewhere, I don't think it's in the Dakotas, unless you get somewhere like where Rushmore is, but I feel like that wooded area is pretty well explored. If it's somewhere, it's going to be like Pacific Northwest. I don't see how it could be anywhere else in the U.S. unless it's like Everglades. Those are like the two most unexplored areas conducive to life of a large mammal. And that chupacabras, that's way, way down there. That's Berlin territory. Yeah, my parents, or my uncle, they used to have barbecues a couple of times a year. And the big thing when they would tell us the chupacabra story, and we would all get freaked out and, oh my God, is it real? And we'd hear noise in the woods. We go out chupacabra hunting, which now I know as an adult is stupid. I am no match for a chupacabra. They can take down a bull and cows and horses. What was 7-year-old Matt going to do? Scream? Okay. Yeah. What an idiot thing for my uncle to tell us. Put a healthy fear of it into us, but also we're the white people in the horror story, so we were going to go look for it. I love flying this helicopter just over the faster speeds here up above 120. I start getting the little shakes, but I'm not in like a dangerous area yet. He was the barbecue person. Also, unseasoned's just kind of rude. No, but no, we have seasonings and stuff. Well, what was it, that white lady that did the that video where she was like, everybody talks about our food being unseasoned, but look, we use these real chives and these real onion and real garlic. This garlic powder you're using, what's it say the ingredient is? Garlic. Look what I'm putting in here, actual garlic. And she was naming all the stuff that they actually use. It's like, okay, cool, yeah, it's seasoned, just not with something that comes out of a plastic cylinder with a shaker lid on it. But he's not like a really big hot sauce barbecue sort of person. So we never had like a super spicy barbecue. Let's dive some of these little chutes, islands down here. Whatever you want to consider these. Playing fast and loose here. Today's going to be a long flight, so we're going to have a little bit of fun with it, you know? Gonna come down here, right up this one for a bit. A descent rate of 1,500 feet per minute. What am I, crazy? Might just be. This is like one of those places where, like, I wonder what it would be like to live up here. Okay, we're basically in auto right here. My collective is all the way down. Start pulling the torque back in. We can see the center gauge going up. We've got that caught and we are happy. Doesn't feel that fast, but we're doing like 110 miles an hour. It's a sporty helicopter, but it's not like a sporty helicopter, you know. Imagine a camping trip with the bros where you just like fly out with helicopters and park up for the night. It just feels so much like I'm crabbing through the air. But if I move over here, I wonder if it feels the same from like far right seat. Kind of. Not that bad. Yeah, it does feel like Louisiana, like Bayou, like Mississippi Delta sort of area. Well, not camping in the Dakotas. Camping somewhere that's actually nice. You know, like, not the Dakotas. Besides, I feel like this whole area is like one giant Indian burial ground. And that's also something that I don't want to mess with. I don't feel like we're going to make it time-wise. We're going to do some night flying tonight. I'll let you two decide. Do I scroll time back by about an hour? So that way we stay out of nighttime flying? Or do we have nighttime by the time we get to Mount Rushmore? Which will be in a long time. Man, look at the little airport. Because if it's nighttime, the whole bar, because it'll be more or less after our fuel stop here in an hour. I feel like it'll be nighttime more or less continuously from there, so the whole second half of this 3-ish hour flight will be all in the dark, which I've got nothing against. You know, it's good practice and something to do, but I don't know how exciting that would be. If the sky's clear, we can see the stars, yeah. The highest self-delete rate of all time? Well, obviously it has not met me. And really, the Dakotas, I feel like Alaska maybe would have higher. Speaking of Alaska, I do have an N3B parka that I got from Americana Pipe Dream or Commando Store, one of those two. And it smelled so bad when I got it. I paid to have it dry cleaned like 3 times just to like get some of the smell off of it. But apparently it's good to like -60. The one time I've worn it, I've been warm, but it was only like 20 degrees outside with no standard Georgia cold. So, I don't know. We can also judge the nighttime thing when we get on the ground for fuel up in Winning, Winter, Winnie, wherever the hell it is. Way out there somewhere. There's my line over there. Cool, we're not far off. You crave the void. So, I've been using that as a pickup line on Bumble, and it has not worked yet. Is it me or is it the line? No, it wasn't like pit sweat. It was... It wasn't a sweat smell. It was like... what was it? Like issued mothballs smell. And it was just caked into it. Yeah, it's me. Obviously, telling a girl that I crave her void is probably the most sincere pickup line that I can ever imagine. So, also, you guys are cool. So this thing right here, y'all don't have to listen to that. Feel free to light her up, you know. I don't know why they put that here. There's has to legally be ashtrays in the aircraft anyways, so use your ashtrays. They're somewhere. Not just ash on the carpet, it's fine. Just, if you get an ember down there, just stomp her out. Y'all have smoking privileges. But the Bell 222, which was that day 1? No, day 1 we did the A-Star. Day 2, the leg from Nashville to St. Louis, I think. It actually has a no smoking button like an airliner, so I can like click a no smoking button. Dude, working air medical out here might be horrible. I can just imagine this at night just being nothing. You have like 2 lights. False horizons are probably wild out here too, so it's a good thing there's the display here that will show that. And for the life of me, I can't remember what that particular display is called, where it shows you what the terrain and stuff is. Synthetic vision, that's it. My life is saved now that I remembered that. I did put a water bottle here. Hell yeah, we are so good, guys. I'm getting used to this thing. It's amazing I do it for like this long and I'm just like, how are we not there yet? Like, why? Like, obviously I should already be at my vacation spot. Why is it taking so long to get there? I don't know if the days... I'm curious what day the most... I guess I'll say existential dread is going to be. I'm curious what day that will be. This game to help educate your choice of favorite whirlybird, especially flying straight and level all the time, all this time in each. Maybe. And it's like, I also think like, cool, what would my mission be that would dictate me flying straight and level? I do wish there were some like other models of different ones that I could fly. I will say the Bell 222 Bravo is nice. That's the retractable gear, 2-engine, executive-style helicopter. Although it's old enough to where I don't think there's any sort of autopilot access to be used. With that said, let me turn this in. Unrelated. With that said, the Bell 427 and 429, relatively similar. Twin engine can be used as like a VIP executive sort of thing. They have a retractable gear model, made in the US of A, baby. So I feel like one of those would be really cool for doing some sort of longer transit sort of thing, or like air medical. That would be super neat. The 429, apparently it's just like the Cadillac. Like, once you fly one of those, you're like, okay, cool, you don't want anything else. Also, plenty of power for doing more or less whatever you need to do. But something I have zero experience on, sim-wise at least, or anyway-wise, really. Like the Augustas and Leonardos. Same thing, one's just like their working brand, and one is their like more luxury version. Like the older 109s, apparently they're cheap for a reason, they're not as good as they can be. But like the newer 169s, which would be kind of like Bell 429, slightly bigger than that. One of those would be really, really neat. Anything retractable gear that's made for speed is kind of what I would like. If I was going to be doing a lot of straight and level stuff, I think that would be the cool thing to do. Or a lot of distance stuff, that would be the cool thing to do. Like, yeah, sure, the A-Stars are great, extremely capable helicopter. Everybody loves the A-Star. The MD-500s, MD-530s, those are fantastic. People call them the Ferrari of the sky. That's appealing to me because I want something, I would like to also fly something that's remnant of a jetpack. That's kind of what they say with the 500s. It's once you put it on, it's like you're wearing a jetpack and it just kind of goes where you want it to go. So something like that would be cool. But they're kind of small and I don't think they're best for long journeys. But like the 222 or going newer, like the Bravo or the 427 or 429. American made, twin engine, luxurious, super comfortable. Be super nice for this sort of thing. So yeah. Forget what I was saying before that. But that answers that question-ish. Is that another lake that I see up here? Can't tell. How zoomed out is that? Not zoomed out enough to care. But yeah, I am interested to see what these videos do over the long course in the next few years. I don't expect 1 million views. I never do. I never expect to get to that sort of point. I'll be consistent, you know. I'll keep posting things doing either sim stuff, real helicopter stuff, or real multi-shot mat sort of things. Building, making, creating, designing, whatever. There's a handful of things that I want to do that I haven't been able to do yet just for time or money reasons. But I'm curious what a series like this will pull over time. Because there's some people that I've seen where they do recordings. I don't think they did live streams on this. But for some reason, 2 years ago, I went down a Farming Simulator 2020 rabbit hole over COVID. Never played the game, never cared to download it, never was interested in playing it. But there is a guy that I watched that did it. His name was Daggerwin on YouTube. I forget which map or whatever that he was using in 2020. But he had like a 150-part series of Farming Simulator 2020. And I watched every fucking episode, start to finish. Every single one. Which, that's also part of my nature. I despise TikTok. I don't care for short form video whatsoever. I have exceptions that I'll make whenever I watch, or not when I watch, when I create something myself, where it has to be educational, or it has to like take your mind away from what normal short form video is, or like kind of get you to pull back, you know. It's like I've got rules for when I create short form videos myself. Don't really care for it outside of that. So like, nothing against you, Sean, but there's I don't want to say it's a low number of videos that you watch that you send that I watch, but that applies to just about everybody. I don't really care to watch the videos. I just, short form's not my thing. And a lot of times it's just like beauty reels of this, like, okay, somebody built a car and then they're just doing like some beauty shots of it, and there's no information, there's no substance to it. But usually if somebody sends a note attached with a reel, then I know that there was like some sort of thought that it went into it being sent to me. So I'll usually watch them then. And this is like, there's a guy that sends me a Facebook reel like 3 times a week. Different ones, obviously, but like he'll send me a Facebook reel. And I don't even have the Facebook app, so I can't watch them. I'm like, hey, I'm not going to watch this. I can't. You can stop sending it to me. Well, why can't you see this? Because I don't have the Facebook app. I don't want to have that temptation. Oh no, y'all left. Or it's not showing in my viewer count. Anyways. Oh no, there you go. Shows 3 now. Because like I don't want to have Facebook because I don't want, like, every day that it shows. I'll log on at least once a day, mostly for Marketplace. But is that a little airport or something down there? Gee. No? Weird. But yeah, mostly for Marketplace to look at this or look at that or whatever. Oh yeah, I definitely watch anything that involves that. If it's there to like secure my rampant anti-Semitism, I will 100% watch it. But yeah, a lot of people send me stuff. Oh, it's funny. I get a lot of reels sent to me about Zen. Like, so many reels about, like, dipping, Zen, pouching, lip pillowing, whatever the hell you guys call it. Whatever the kids call it these days. Zenning. And, I have a lot of people send me reels for things related to that. I'm like, I don't know if y'all understand that I don't do that. Like, I appreciate the jokes. Like, I appreciate the White Monster jokes too. I don't drink White Monster, but I appreciate all the Zen stuff. But I get a lot of weird stuff that I don't want to say is not related to me. I'm adjacent to it just by the crowds that I hang out with, but it's funny to me. Okay, we are now at that second, I'll call it a lake, because this obviously looks different than a river. We're going to follow this lake until we hit a bridge. Once we hit that bridge, we're going to start heading west directly. And that will take us to Winnie, whatever that town is and that airport is. For some reason, it didn't add to my flight plan. Oh well, don't care. I'll just fly there. By my knowledge, my vast knowledge of South Dakota and the surrounding area. And I kind of was feeling like that was going to be our halfway point if it timed out correctly. Which we're still like 2/3 of the way there. So take halfway with a grain of salt. Today is a long leg, that's for sure. I wanted to clear this east to westness of the states. Cannot wait to get on a lake this year. On a lake, in a lake. Kind of want to do a beach trip. Don't want to spend beach trip money. I'm going to call one of my friends who has a place down there and be like, hey, can I come crash on your couch for a couple of days so I can soak up salt water and eat cheap food? Bring my scuba gear down. I don't want to say do solo dives, but solo dives are much easier to do because you don't have to think about anything. You just go down there and you exist for a little bit and you come up. But I'm not familiar with any like beach places down there enough to feel comfortable with a solo dive. So there's that. I feel like I'll do a couple of lake dives this year. Not sure though. Lake dives are so weird because freshwater will thermocline really, really badly. Where it's the surface water on the lake that I usually go in, it's piss warm. It's 90 plus degrees in the top 3 feet of water. You get below the 3 feet, you might get down into like high 80s. It's like noticeably a little bit cooler, but just not as like silly warm as the top is. You go down 15 feet, and that's low enough to where the silt levels are starting to really shadow out the sun, it gets dark really, really fast. And the same time that it gets dark, good timing for the sunset there behind the clouds. And the same time that it gets dark, it thermoclines hard, where it goes from 90 something degree water, high 80 degree water, to in the 60s, which isn't terrible. It's not freezing cold, but a 30 degree shock is a shock to the system for sure. And the fact that it times out with the lighting changes, it's very unnerving, to say the least. And that's just at 20 feet. This lake goes down to 45 to 50 feet from what we understand. I've never done a bottom run on it. I've only got down to 25 feet in one area. So there's that. I would like to hit the bottom, or find the bottom of a deeper area. But if I do, I'm definitely going to bring a wetsuit. Just that way I can not be as cold as I get down through the thermoclines. I've got a good flashlight for it. That's not that big of a deal. I've got a good Scuba Pro flashlight. But it's also just like a single sort of flashlight. Which, not that big of a deal, you know, but the darkness is very unsettling. The darkness is crazy unsettling. Which I'm not saying I don't understand how cave divers do it, but a lot of time cave diving, it's extremely clear water. Unless somebody really messes up and silts it horribly, it's typically very, very clear water. But this is not clear water. I feel like I could be okay doing cave diving as long as nobody's silted out. Just because light bounces good off the clean rocks there, because most caves are spring-fed. So there's good water movement through it to help keep the cave cleared out. There are some dead areas of caves, though, figuratively and literally. I was listening to Dive Talk Media, which they've done. They're big cave divers. They enjoy it a lot, but they'll cover like caving accidents and diving accidents. And that's the way I enjoy learning too. I enjoy learning from failures. Even if it's somebody else's failure, it's a lot cheaper for me to learn from somebody else's failure than my own. But they were talking about over limit detected, my ass. The over limit is you. There has been a lot that they've gone over and a lot that I've learned. But one of them was a cave where the water does move through it, but one of the side passages that they went through, it was not in a path of the spring itself. So it was just like a dead water area. Some people got in there, and it got silted, and something happened, and one of the divers died. I don't think both of them died. At least one died. Anyways, when they went back to get them, they said that at whatever level in the water, whether it was just like salinity to it, or however everything had mixed, there was just like a layer of blood floating in the middle of this room, which the room's completely submerged. Everything's water, but like, we'll just say it's like a 10 foot long by 5 foot high by 10 foot wide sort of thing. It's like a cereal box shape. There was like a layer of blood floating and whatever from where this guy had died, and his suit had gotten punctured when he had started bloating and his decompression and whatever. Anyways. I thought it says press exit to reset, but there's no exit. Yeah, so that's a fun story. We love caving accidents here on Multi-Shot. still heading pretty northwest right now. Once we hit this bridge, it's going to be a road that goes due west. That's going to be a good tail sign of it, and it's going to be the first bridge that we get to, which I believe will be up here. And it will kind of fork off. What do you mean no dive? No cave diving. So this is kind of northwest, so the road will kind of go that way. I did not click on you. No, diving's great. Diving's chill. I enjoy diving. Because the best way to scuba dive is to just relax, you know, like. Also, where's it telling me limit? What am I hitting to where it's? Why are you giving me limit there? At N1, N1's freaking turbine speed. I'm not over temping. Why are you giving me limits? Weird. That's just me not knowing a whole bunch about this particular model of the 130. And that's okay. So I'm looking out for our bridge. I know it's going to be up here, but where? Hard right, squiggles. Kind of go straight for a left and a right. Okay, cool. We're getting near. So that little offshoot to the right up there, that's kind of like a little squiggly snake. That means up before this left turn somewhere is our road that will go east to west. And that road kind of squiggles a little bit, but it eventually ends up just going due west. And that will get us to Winner, South Dakota, W-I-N-N-E-R. So yeah, I believe our bridge, so there's a little squiggle offshoot there. I believe our bridge is going to be there and heading that way. Perfect. Stop giving me limit. You are just dumb. I know better than you, multi-million-dollar aircraft with years and years of people and development and tuning and refinement and programming. Me, an unlicensed pilot, knows better. Yeah, no, diving is great. I don't know why on earth you could possibly be disturbed at the thought of going for a scuba dive. Like I said, the easiest way to do any diving, or to do their best at diving, is to get down, to chill out, to relax, and just enjoy being underwater and breathe. So, yeah, it's no big deal. And I'll tell you what, if I wasn't flying right now, I would 100% be on my phone. I've got the, like, USGS or US Fishing Wildlife something depth map saved as a bookmark for my Chrome, but as a bookmark on my phone. And I'd be looking at the depths of this lake in this area of the Missouri River to see what it would say. Haven't seen any ship names up here, so I'm not sure boats actually, or shipping ships actually come this far north with it. But we'll see. Okay, I see our bridge up here. Kind of out of focus, but at the end of the tip of this, it's up there. Where we're heading, we're still at 237 liters of fuel, even though the gauge isn't working precisely, but we're okay with that. If we need to auto-rotate or try to restart, then that's something that we can do and will do. I've got enough altitude for anything. Hopefully. Yeah, we're sure as shit not making it out there by dark. And since Berlin wants to look at the stars, we're going to be doing a night flight tonight, boys. Unless that changes or they leave, then maybe we'll change depending on what other people in the chat say. But hello, extra viewer. I see you in here. Don't know who you are. We're about to be going IFR here because I follow roads. I mean, technically I could start heading west now. There's nothing that's... I'm at a good parallel to where I'm going to be intersecting the, everything regardless. The Snake Creek Recreation Area. But if you're one of those newer viewers in here, I see you. You're hiding, you're lurking, but you're welcome. Today's flight, Sioux City to Sturgis, I believe is going to be our final resting place of the night. We're up the Missouri River now, and we're just about to break off the Missouri, start heading due west to get out to Winner, South Dakota, W-I-N-N-E-R, no T. We're going to top off on fuel, head across the Badlands, which honestly I may tweak the time a little bit because I'd like to see the Badlands during the light. But still leave it to where we hit Mount Rushmore at dark. So, we'll see. We're going to start our west turn now. You can see the bridge, I can see the road that we're going to follow. Just want to kind of cut this, save us a couple of minutes. Bandwidth too low. Suck it. See, there we go. We can actually see pylons on the bridge now. Not well, but we can see them. Oh, don't mind me. There's the road we're following there. Like I said, it's going to be a little bit squiggly. And out here, it's going to start just dogging straight out to the west. Turn our lollipops back off. Perfect. Which so far this hasn't been too bad today because we've been kind of following the river, but now it's going to get significantly less exciting. So kind of glad that we don't have the sun in our eyes directly now. Yep, and there's where the road starts straightening out. Perfect. just as planned, the road starts straightening out over there. Now that we're not really over water, I don't mind flying a little bit lower. Which one's this? Lights. Yeah. What a machine. This thing's got a big vertical on it. The white skids, though, I don't know if I like the white skids. I mean, it goes with the theme. Kind of feel like a darker skid would look better, though. Also, I'm rewatching my stream. It looks like the helicopter's like at the top of the screen for you guys. I think I was looking like this. If I look like that, you get a better full view. Some clouds and stuff up here. Interesting. Anyway, here's our road starting to straighten out. We are now IFR, because I am following roads until we get to winter, which might be that lollipop way out there. We'll see. Long flight, long flight. I mean, this whole fucking thing's a long flight. But today, for sure, long flight. Yeah, diving's great. I figure I have a lot of higher speed hobbies. I want to fly helicopters. I do fast cars and motorcycles and some drifting and stunt driving and stuff like that. I shoot guns. Do guns professionally for film. So high stress, a lot of that stuff. So it's like something calm to do, diving. You get in some comfortable water, you put on your little backpack, and you just breathe. Boy, the bandwidth is low. It is not giving me shit. Yeah, I wonder if there's any... I don't think there's any rain where I'm at. We have just clear skies today, so I don't see why we would be suffering this much from bandwidth, except for just cloud-based gaming being cloud-based gaming, you know? Yes, welcome to Straight and Level Simulator 2024. This is what I remember the fog was looking like. Oh no, darn, we're leaving Microsoft Flight Sim 1995 Windows 95 version. We're now entering back into 2024. Sorry. Sorry, your throwback's done. It's over. Back to the roads. Hey, there's my bracketry. Throw the beans at it, let's go. Keep it in limit, let's go. I demand more. 138 knots. Good enough. Get me back in the unstable wiggles from moving too fast. Wiley? That's not where I'm going. I'm going to Winter. I think Wiley's further west. Dixon. Maybe Wiley's the name of Winter Regional. Unless they change the names of it. There's just nothing for airports, but I'm assuming Wiley's probably it. I also know what that area looks like, so we can judge by road movement and stuff like that too, if that's the appropriate spot. But we're doing it. We are doing it. Slowly but surely. Gonna move back to the middle seat. Don't know if y'all see it, but there's a green and white flashing light there at the end of my laser pointer. And that means civilian airport. One green, one white, civilian airport. And we're right seat flying now. Kind of foggy off over there to the right, though. Let's zoom back over here. Get back in it. Yeah, that's definitely Winter Municipal. I don't know why it's calling that. We could have just followed the brackets. It looks like it may have solidified itself, even though it wasn't showing it when we initially set course. No, Winter Municipal traffic. This is helicopter 42069. We are 5 miles to your east, inbound for direct to the ramp. Winter County traffic, Winter Municipal Airport traffic. Okay, since we're doing a fuel stop here, I'll let you guys decide. Do we keep the same helicopter, or do I pop out of here real quick, change to a different helicopter, and then we continue on? We've got about 2.5 minutes to decide. Landing lights on. And it's also like I've got plenty of time to use as many different aircraft as I want throughout this series, so I'm not hurting either way. I just know this crabbing with this particular model is messing with me. I don't know if it's just a bad model from Cowan Sim or not. Clear left. Oh, tractors. Yeah, we totally need an airport bus here. Go away, I'm just topping off on fuel. I'll circle around back. What are you doing? The wind ain't that bad, I'm telling you. .130s are fucking picky. Okay. What do you guys think? Are we gonna keep this helicopter? Or do we want to switch? What? Why? Why? Okay, actually, I'm going to switch because I think there is something wrong with the model. That's why I've been flying crooked this whole time. So... put ourselves back over here. Set as departure. We're going to pick a different helicopter while we're at it. Gonna do the 145 again. Just to see if it does it, because I know how this one flies. Actually, I know how this one flies. So we're going to use it. This is more experimenting now, just to see what the hell's wrong. We want Sturgis to be parking for the night. Set as arrival. And we're going to hit Rushmore. Add. Why'd you come all the way over there? So this right here is Mount Rushmore. Add. Perfect. And there's an air museum here. That I want to see. Make sure the exact location of it. Okay, so this here is the air museum. Cool. I know it shows our range being that, but that's like a half tank, and I'll top off once we get into flying. But yeah, I think that 130 has something off aerodynamically, or something controls, or something's not right, so I need to look at that whenever we're not streaming. So sorry if y'all wanted to stick with that, but we're changing just because of something wasn't quite right. Give me a start thing. Oh no, no start thing. Gotta hop out of VR for a quick second. Ready to fly, now back in VR. Okay, get that off. Engine covers. Static port, pitot tube. Now we can hop in. Okay, happy enough with that. Anti-collision lights on. Get that on tonight. Fuel pump is on. Let's go ahead and hit our engine starter up here. We're going to go ahead and top off the fuel. Just lost sound. We want sound. Let me scoot forward a little bit more. Generator on, horn on, avionics on, fuel off, pitot on, twist grip, take that up to flight, governor's lights, blah blah blah. None of that's necessary. we had a decent wind coming in, but I don't think it's going to be giving us that much of an ass. Okay, middle of nowhere airport. This is new helicopter 42069. It's like Air Force One, but different. Well, Marine One. We're going to be taking off from the ramp of the fuel. Thank you for everything. We have got to go definitely see a fully rendered in Mount Rushmore in the middle of the night. Helicopter 42069. Also, I know Finnish drums, they have a very weak authority compared to a non-Finnish drum system. So, take that as you will. Go ahead and turn these suckers off. Oh wow, and I'm already able to fly straight. Beautiful. I mean, my ball's still showing a little bit off there, but those haven't really worked in this game yet for helicopters, so I'm not going to worry about that too much. Not too much. Anyways, back into it. Let's get our ponies up. We're only doing freaking 70 knots. Also, it's nice to have the EFB here to where I can look at things. Flying a bit slower too, most likely, so that's a thing. 7 watching. Hello. Big numbers on the stream tonight. Big numbers. This post is doing numbers, boys. I know there is a way to turn down the brightness on Garmin here. Apparently, it's not something that we can adjust with our what we're allowed to do. Okay, whatever. We'll deal. We'll deal. Ain't that bad. Storms off to the right. Ain't no thing. You're not scared of the dark here. I'm scared of flying slow though. So we're gonna work on picking that up a little bit. Sorry, Berlin, no stars. Also, I can do Alt F, Shift F. Oop, nope, don't want that. That's not right. Control F, Alt F. Okay, flashlight. That's home. Damn. Okay. I was hoping that would put me in the, put me somewhere where I can mess with the brightness on that to make it viewable. But I guess not. And because that's being such a pain to where I can't do that, I'm just gonna hit the cheater bars every once in a while just because it's easier than trying to lean down there and look at that display. And I guess technically I couldn't have the EFB up because it's pretty friendly as far as is there a medium tab? What? Brightness 1%, it's already all the way down. Okay, cool. And that still has me going straight to, yep, sick. Map settings, let's turn weather on a little bit. Radar. Winds. Can't do winds? Dumb. Woo! We're escaping, boys. Will we stay escaped? Stay tuned. Also, look how sparsely populated it is out here. It's a whole different world compared to middle Georgia, where it's rural, but it's not rural with a capital R. And we all know how we like that, so... I wonder with... It's probably a no. But... with a lot of these... like museums... and cool places to go take airplanes. Or to go look at airplanes. A lot of them are next to military bases. I wonder if it's possible to land a helicopter at... not at the base, but at the museum. Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to send you away for a little bit because you're bright. I know that's my right window. Should I open it? There we go, boys. There we go. What is up? Which is weird because that's next to my wall, so I can hear my voice echo more when I stick my head out the window. It feels different. Also, have y'all been hearing the sound? I've had my TV up higher than what I wanted. I just realized that. I'd like for you to only hear the game through the microphone, but it may have been slightly loud for you. There is nothing out here. Berlin, this is what you wanted. Uh-oh. I see the opening. I think we do it. This is going to end up biting us. But I welcome that. Because I think it'll be hilarious having to fly instrument to get down to Mount Rushmore after coming back through the clouds. So you guys are going to see me attempt night flying IFR through the clouds to an unfamiliar location without any sort of instrument guided approaches. So we're here to party, to say the least. But we are going to push up through this hole while we got it. so we can at least see the stars. Keep about a 1,500 a foot per minute ascent. 65 knots. I think that's about VY for this particular bird. We can actually add a little bit more. Ooh. We are asking for a lot of collective right here. But an A star is a monster and she's giving it to us. Berlin, I hope you're happy. Continuing to climb. We're at what? Almost 7,000 feet. Let's go. I've personally, at least in this game, taken this helicopter to 24,000, 25,000 feet. I was chasing Everest. If you don't know, in real life, it actually has landed up on Everest and taken off. Oh, what'd you miss? We changed this helicopter because I was full controls on the other one, and it wasn't, I don't want to say not agreeing, but during our fuel stop, it was just, like I was holding my cyclic full right, and it didn't seem right. So I'm going to address that later off stream to see if I can figure out if it's just something with that particular model or if I have some sort of settings off with it, whatever the case. So we changed to an A star, which is its like less attractive brother. Still kind of the same family of helicopter though. The H-120, the H-125, H-130. This is the 25. That being it doesn't have the big sightseeing window up front. I have Elaine Musk back with me. And this was a design that was like back from the whatever years. We just did a standard white passenger model. And in an effort to see stars, since there's a whole bunch of clouds around us, I'm now climbing above the clouds for our flight. Which means once we're ready to make it to Mount Rushmore, I'm probably going to have to do an IFR descent without instrument guidance to get back into normal below the clouds flying conditions, if it stays cloudy once we get out there, but we'll see. I'm watching the weather. I don't know if I'm hopeful or not. So, that's where we're at. Storm over there. Oh, also I opened the window so I can stick my head out. Yeah, I figured we'd keep it similar family helicopter. Airbus. Same general chassis, a lot of same parts used between the two. Not a lot, but a lot. Not a lot, but a lot. And now that we've got our altitude back, we can start asking for some speed again. Must have learned that from Dino. Yeah, Dino's a genius. Saw a video of a bird today that reminded me of him. It had long legs, black and white, had a long nose, pretty cute. So he's obviously got an avian friend or family somewhere. Where are we at now? We are at 10,000 feet, pushing 11,000. Of course, looks like the clouds are clearing as we're coming up here, so this climb was for nothing. And the winds are not favorable up here. The winds at different levels are different, so the winds are definitely not favorable in here. Do we climb to find better wind, or do we go back down to where it's moderately favorable? Either way, we're still doing decent speed over the ground, so I don't think it's that big of a deal. Though I do want to get back low again once we get up to the Badlands. And honestly, I may take it back to daytime for a little bit for that, just because I've never seen the Badlands before. So I'm interested in that from a being interested in geology sort of position. So there's that. But once we clear that, we can go back to live time. Here you go, Boleyn. Stick my head out the window and see stars up there. This is also an attempt for me to make crossing east to west the Dakotas and this whole north to south stack of states interesting. Because let's face it, all those states lack features, respectively. North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, the western side of Oklahoma, the western side of Texas and New Mexico, that whole little strip of the Great Plains or whatever, dog shit boring, respectively. You're welcome. So, we're trying to keep me sane on one of my more boring crosses. Although we have some ocean crossing coming up in 2 weeks or so. It's my ETA to when we're crossing the Bering Strait-ish sort of area. And then, I mean, hell, it'll be 80 days until we hit the Greenland crossing to get back to the U.S. There also is going to be an India crossing. I plan on hitting that as far north as I can, because I can jump the country without ever touching it. And that's my plan with that one. It looks like something that should be capable of being done. And if I can cross India without touching it, I'm going to cross India without touching it. Not respectfully. Yeah, plus you just can't beat the A-Star. Just a solid helicopter. It does just about everything you ask it to do, except for look slightly better. But with some good paint jobs, you know, you can do some work. You can lipstick this pig pretty effectively. Let's see, we're about 7,000 feet now. We're above this lower level. I'll take it. Cruising 115. Good with that. Looks like those are some rainy clouds. Might touch instrument for a little bit here, but should be okay. Because I'm obviously an instrument-rated pilot. And I'm not flying a helicopter in my pajamas wearing some warm socks. And that would be ridiculous. Actually, in an effort to get more back on the flight director, we may fly more through this cloud, but that's a risk that I'm willing to take with your lives. So, Did you know the average helicopter that enters IMC conditions, instrument meteorological conditions, has about 56 seconds until crash if the pilots unaware are not trained on how to handle flying into IMC conditions? That was redundant. IMC is instrument meteorological conditions. Either way, about 56 seconds. Airplanes have a bit more time because they're glidey. Helicopters can get out of whack a little bit quicker. Why is it clearing right where I want to fly through? That's dumb. Also, I kind of knew that the whole flight... So we're screwed. No, we're good. I kind of knew that this was going to be an issue coming through. Actually, what we're going to do, just to make this even better for us... No, high's good. Cool. We'll leave it on high. I don't know if I still had it on... I had it on medium for a while. I hate how it changed my seating position. It's annoying. You're still taller than me. Don't ever look down on me. But yeah, I kind of knew... I'm not going to just say the weather, but the winds in general was going to be an issue doing the east-to-west crossing. Because most winds come across the country west to east, obviously. So, I kind of knew that was going to be a potential issue for this country crossing. I don't know how it's going to work out once we get overseas. I'm not familiar with their weather conditions and how it works and functions, but we'll burn that bridge when we get there. But I kind of knew that was going to be a thing with this, so we're dealing with that because of my own decision-making skills. Okay, so as we're getting up here in the cloud, things we want to watch our artificial horizon. That is here. There's my laser pointer. I should really be paying attention. Paying attention to our artificial horizon, making sure our airspeed's good, making sure that we're either climbing or descending or staying level at the rate that we want to. Because when we lose the ground, we lose the ground. But luckily I can still see the lights through the clouds down there. Keeping it kind of level. Cool. Cloud dissipated on us. No fun. Lame. I was kind of hoping for a little bit of instrumentish, but we kind of got it there for a second. Either way, we're going that way. So, maybe by the time we get up here into Badlands, we'll have a little bit of weather. A little bit before. Once we get about here-ish, though, I want to change the daytime so I can see the Badlands. I can kind of see a difference in geography up there, but I really can't tell. But yeah, instruments something that I'm super interested in. Not because it's... I mean, yeah, it's a safety thing to be able to, even in a non-instrument rated helicopter, to be able to handle an inadvertent entry into IMC. It'd be a super great skill to have, just safety-wise, you know. And being somebody who can instruct instrument would be amazing, too. Because I feel like you just have such a good handle on everything at that point that it makes you that much of a better pilot. That's really what I'm looking for, you know. I want that challenge. I want that thing to be like, to push me to become better, and more time in and more effort. Every little thing that you can do on top of that just makes you that much better of a recruitment choice of something, and it's just yeah, it'd be neat. Little town there. So we're going to be kind of following this road to the west. Is that a road? Yeah, there is a road there. Kind of be following that, and then that gets into the Badlands and it fucks off at some point. Okay, can I access my menu here? Doesn't seem like it. Oh, there we go. Why are my live players not on? They're not completely live there? Oh well. Did you see the wind just move me? It's like midday. Okay, let's check out Badlands as we get up here. As you can see, hey, nifty. Starting to change all out up here. Cool, cool. It looks like that over there is this place. Yep. That right there is that. Cool. Turn my lights up so I can see. Some power into this and get down into it. Who was it? It was one of those, I don't want to say pseudoscience because that's a bit of an insult, but the guy who did Ancient Apocalypse on Netflix, Graham Hancock, and then there was another guy that was with him that was more like geology, ancient geology minded or based or whatever. He talked about the Badlands because he said it looked like a giant immediate like geography changing flood that made this happen, where it wasn't something that happened over the course of tens of thousands or millions of years. He said in his view, from different things that he's looked at, he's judging it to be something that happened over the course of a few days or weeks. Which is why I'm interested in it, because it's just such an unforgiving landscape from the pictures and stuff that I've seen. Curious once I reach past Badlands. There's a lot of Badlands there. I should be fine on fuel. I'm not particularly worried about that. But if anything, we may stop and do a heist at the helicopter. There's a little airfield down here. This is the helicopter place. The Bell 206, those fucking losers can never catch us. So I may steal a little bit of fuel from them to splash to make it up to, after we leave Rushmore. Splash that, then head north and get into Sturgis for the night, go ride motorcycles and whatever else. It's also neat coming back down from altitude how the ground seems so flat from the air because all the geography compresses. And not just in a computer simulator game sort of way, it compresses in a visual way to where your body just doesn't get the cues from it. I'm sure if we were to put some more shadow and stuff on the ground, different time of day or night, it would be different, but for the most part, the main geography kind of compresses and just doesn't look as exciting. Readjusting myself. This is the most you've known about the Badlands? You're welcome. That's about all I know as well. So now I can say that I've taught you everything I know about the Badlands. Son, one day you'll pass down this information to your kids. But yeah, Graham Hancock and what's-his-face? I forget the other guy's name. I feel bad about that. But they did an episode of Rogan, which was pretty decent, where he talked about some of their theories and some of their working theories and things that they were attempting to get more evidence to prove or to disprove. And I think tomorrow's flight, if I remember correctly, we're going to touch the northern side of Yellowstone. I think we're going to follow that, whatever road comes in directly from the east into Yellowstone. I think that's what we're taking over. So Sturgis is up here. We're going to hit Devil's Tower, which is somewhere there. Another relatively boring crossing. Yeah, then I think... Give me something, come on. You gonna tell me towns if I do this? No, of course not. Just your little stupid airports. Anyways, eventually we're going to come in and... What's that? We're going to come in a road that comes in from the east, directly into the center of Yellowstone and head north. The Wood Wide Web? It's a wild rabbit hole. Is that what the www stands for? Wood Wide Web? Did you type that with a lisp on purpose? Yeah, that's something that's rendered out as a building. Are you, and why did they render that huge building out here in the middle of nowhere? Okay, now we're going to get into the exploratory phase of checking out Badlands. We're going to have about 30 minutes of this, I believe. Strap in. Strap on, everybody. Here we go. It's Badlands now. Badlands at high speed, 135 knots cruising. Oh, so the Wood Wide Web's an actual thing? And you didn't just misspell it because of a lack of education? Also, that sounds like it may be pornographic, and that's not allowed on this channel. What is that? Weather might have updated. It was a weird little snatch. But what is the basic of this Wood Wide Web that you speak of? Is it made like by James Wood or something like that? Some weird conspiracies that he's throwing in there or something? It's definitely not exciting off to the left. That's just normal ground and stuff, so we're going to keep right. There's definitely a whole bunch more up that way. Okay, cool. But we got a whole bunch more to go over as well, so I'm not too worried. Not too worried at all. What do you think? Should I do an emergency landing here in the Badlands? Do a simulated engine failure and just do an auto rotation down somewhere? Did a few yesterday or day before in the 206 L3. When we were getting through Omaha. Because I was going to originally stop in Omaha, but I figured for the extra 25-30 minutes it was worth getting to Sioux City, which is where we departed from today. The idea is that mushrooms connect trees together to form a network that allows them to talk to each other and know what's going on, redistribution of nutrients even. Ah, yeah, I've looked a bit into the mycelium world. I haven't gotten super deep into it yet, but it's something I'm aware of, and it's also something that I know where mycelium exists everywhere. Basically, fungus roots are everywhere, and there's nothing you can do about it. So I don't doubt for a second that something like that could work. It's not even one of those things where I'm waiting for, like, proof of concept or whatever from whoever. It's so likely that something like that exists on such a grand scale that we don't even understand or comprehend how to observe it, that I believe it. You know, it's like there's so many galactic things that are like cosmic scaled or planet scaled that we don't know, that we don't understand. We have an idea that exists, but we don't even know how to test if it's real. And I could definitely see that being real. I wonder what that hill is. It's kind of off to my 10 o'clock. Just random hill. It just sticks up more than everything else. Weird. Okay, we're going to do an auto rotation here to this little road and building. So we're going to roll off the throttle with laser pointer there. So we're at idle there. Lowering the collective. Pulling back on the cyclic left pedal because this is a right pedal heavy helicopter. We're kind of floating. We're going to aim for their little parking lot. So I can throw some collective back in. Give us a little bit of a float. I hate that it killed sound just for this, because I kind of sound's a good tell for a lot of this stuff. Tree height. A little bit rougher than I wanted, but I wasn't expecting this to be a hill either. So let me pause real quick. Come back, because that will give us our sound back. Okay, we're on a hill. So we're going to left pedal a little bit, but not much, and left cyclic. Pick up our right skid. As we start getting lighter and lighter, I'm centering back the cyclic. Centering up my pedals. Apparently we have a pretty good right crosswind. It's called Emergency Procedure Rehearsal. You entitled bitch. Willie! Okay. Focus up. Heading back into the thick of it. Don't try me, I'll do it again. Slightly shorter. this land does, in fact, look bad. Interesting. Who would have thought? Now the real question is, why is it in some areas and there's trees in others? Is that just path of water if it was a water event? Actually, I'm curious if I can do get rid of weather, get rid of nav. Let's do terrain highlight. Dang it, it's not fine enough. I was hoping it was going to give me a more detail, but it's kind of mid. I wanted more variation so I could see if there was like obvious paths that existed. It does look weird though. I'll give it that. I'm sure it's a wild place to see too, just because it's vast. 100-something miles wide. Ah, this is where they mine it. I've always wondered where they got Rocky Road ice cream. I don't see any roads out here, so hopefully they're not running low. Also, the near the ground detail kind of sucks down here. I guess they haven't really scanned a whole bunch of stuff here in this area. At least rocks exist on it. It renders in a little bit better the closer you get, but it's still just strange. Yeah, you gotta get close for that level of detail to step up. Why am I going so slow? Let's pull that collective up and lean forward. We gotta make Mount Rushmore by the time I go to bed tonight. It's 10:38. We're gonna be out of here at midnight. Ugh. Icky. It's nice that it renders in a little bit when we can get closer, but I need a little bit more PC if I wanted to render out more further out. But it'd be easy as shit to get lost out here too. Shot is high. Well, we're kind of low right now, actually. We were high earlier. We were at 11,400 at one point, I think I saw. Can't see the roads because there aren't normal roads that you're used to. These are rocky roads. I don't know, I'm pretty sure I know what rocky roads are. I live in rural Georgia. Hard R on the rule. Yeah, this is cool flying. To be low would not be exciting. Flying with any sort of altitude above it. I'm going to come down here. Let me zoom in a little bit on my EFB. Hell yeah. Low flying. The Badlands and a helicopter. I would like to put it on my IRL bucket list. my mouse? Here it is. Power line, what are you doing out here? Ridiculous. What happens if I crash? Then the series is over. Or I die, who knows? Maybe this VR is connected to me in a real way. And anything that happens here in VR actually happens in real life. Dirt strip. I'm looking at fuel now. I do have a cheat button where I can add fuel if I'd like, but I'd like to play it as realistic as possible, you know? So we might be headed to 3 Victor Bravo, 3 Victor 0. There's really nothing else in any sort of vicinity. We could have here 6 Victor 4. Direct. So where are my customs at? My customs. So we'll do before custom. Where's my heading from here? Oh, we'll just head this way. Direct to. Perfect. Love it. I kind of want my only fuel cheat during this whole thing to be simulating like a ferry tank doing a water crossing. I would like that to be my only things where if it's like, okay, cool, if it was a trip where I could plan in the typical use of a ferry tank, I would like that to be it. So water crossings or any like super long ones where it's like, okay, cool, maybe we're not gonna, like, I don't think we'd obviously fill up a ferry tank for this because we're not gonna do fucking 7-hour stints anyways. But typical like iPad kid not seeing the instructions here because he's playing on it. Yep. It's not an iPad, it's an electronic flight bag, also known as an EFB. Why don't you learn your lingo? Besides, Elaine would be doing it, but she doesn't take orders well. Look at me. Good. Good girl. She doesn't take orders well often. But, we do our best. Like I said, I want to try to make this as realistic-ish as possible. Within limits. It's like there's so much shit that I can't accurately do on here. Or I could do more accurate time with it, but there's diminishing returns as far as what's going to benefit the stream with, or the experience with, or whatever. I could pay more attention to airspaces, like out here, class golf airspace. There's nothing around. Of course, usually like a Delta or Echo will begin at 1,200 feet above ground, or whatever. And there's so many little things where it could be, I could play into more realism with it. But also it's to what avail, you know? Flying around the world is a boring thing to do. And while it would keep me more busy having to extremely precisely monitor airspaces that I'm crossing and a whole bunch of other things, well, go to bed if you're EP. Get out of here. I'm just some dude on the internet. I'm a nobody. But, yeah, there's like so many things that it wouldn't make sense for me to put that much effort or attention into it. Like, I'll do my best to manage over-torquing. I'll do my best to not have any faults pop up. I'll try to do all my starting procedures and shutdown procedures as well as I can, but I'm not going to press all the test buttons. There's a lot of things to do and a lot of things not to do, and it's just like, okay, cool. I don't need to do that. It's not a priority for the already extremely arduous task of attempting to fly virtual reality Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 helicopters around the planet. So maybe whenever I do my hopefully by the time I do my Pan American trip, I'll be going from either the southern tip of South America all the way to the northern tip of Alaska, or vice versa. And when I do that, I should hopefully have my actual pilot's license and everything finished up then. If that's the case, then I'll actually chart out the path through everything. Anyways, Bashan, Bullen, thank you for being here. My best mod and his assistant. But yeah, it's I think when I do my Pan American trip, I'll actually do a more focus on airspace and procedures and stuff like that, at least when in American airspace, for all that. As far as airspace and stuff outside of the country, I don't really want to get into the research of Argentinian, Colombian, Chilean, Brazilian airspaces. Not on the big list of things to do. Not yet. Of course, if I get hired eventually one day to do something out there, that's different. That'll change. But for me now, I'll pay attention to the American ones because that's the ones that's going to make sense for me. That road, is that actually going to be a busy road here? Do they actually have people driving up and over? Is that real? I mean, it's a road, but I don't know. A lot of dump trucks on it. I mean, it looks paved. Good. Oh, what's this? Maybe it's a park entry? Yeah, that's gotta be it. Or a park entry or viewing or something. There's another place here on the road. Yeah, it looks like another viewing thing. Overlook. Driving through. Wild. Oh, okay. Anyways. Looks like we're actually going to fly over that one here. Give her hell. Yeah, a decent little overview of the park. Kind of above a bowl. Cool, and since the Sean and Belen power couple left, I think I only have maybe one viewer in here now. If you're not saying something, I'm not going to be chatting that much because I don't have anything to talk about. If you think of something, feel free to type. You got little thumbs that can work, hopefully, or fingers that can type. So, yeah, speak up if you have a topic of discussion. If not, we're just gonna lock in, hit up here, hit our fuel stop. Our Be Safe fuel stop. And then we'll come down Rushmore, Air Museum, and up. Or I might even Air Museum, Rushmore, and up. I don't know, either way. We're gonna hit all of our points. I'm not gonna skimp out on that. Especially Mount Rushmore. I don't think it's anything too exciting here in the sim. I don't think it's been completely modeled out. But it's still something where if you had the ability to swing by Mount Rushmore with your give or take normal path of flight, you would. So that's what we're going to do. And this will be like a 20-minute detour up here to do this, but I'd much rather do this as realistic for movement and everything else as I can. And I'll go ahead and do a little bit of making sure messages in the real life are caught up. Excuse me. We'll swing over this little grass strip, and if it looks like somewhere that would have Jet A, then we'll swing by there and forget our trip up there to whatever that other airport is. Looks like I'll be on the other side of this stuff up here. What is that up there? I can't tell. Those letters are too blended in with the background, which is nice. It's not as obtrusive. bit of wind from the north. It's not too bad. There we go. It either calmed down enough or I got enough airspeed to where it doesn't matter as much. I still feel it, but it's not as bad. Expecting much out of the KPHI. Looks like a grass strip or something. It can't be KPHI, that's Philadelphia. What is it? KPHI. Oh well. Get out here out of this freaking national park and the cell phone towers are as close as they can be to it. Makes sense. I'm sure they'd like to be as close as they can, you know? Get people coverage inside. Also, all these little circles on the ground here, they're springs that put out enough water to sometimes make a little pool or a puddle, or its piping ran down from a spring to that location, or from a lake to that location, like that pond. Then they use that as a way to water cattle and stuff around the area. So it looks like this here is our little grass strip. I'm going to go ahead and say it's safe to assume that Jet A is not on the menu here. Yep, I think it's safe to say. So we're going to continue heading up here to whatever municipality this is. Just up the road here. That's it right there. Walmoon. And we'll top off the tanks. I'm not gonna say this area out here is exciting, but it's better. That's not as bad as it could be, you know? Also, whoever's watching or you're in here, if you're here when the stream's over, remind me to start reorganizing the videos on the channel so I can put these all in a playlist. So that way some wild child one day can sit through this and relive the entire Epic of Gilgamesh that's happening. Walmoon Airport, this is helicopter 42069. We are 2 miles to your southeast. east, looking for straight in for runway 30. Helicopter 4269 for whatever, Walmoon traffic. Walmoon traffic, we're actually just going to go direct ramp from the south. Helicopter 4269. So I'm going to come over here some more perpendicularing said airport. Stuff's over here, though, at the end. Keep a fuel truck down there on the ramp. Sick. That's where we are heading. Walmoon Airport, helicopter 4269. We are on final for the ramp. Walmoon traffic. Down on the collective, back on the cyclic. Slowing ourselves down. We don't want to get below 30 knots while we're still descending. We can eliminate any chance of being in vortex ring state or settling with power. Our winds have been coming out of the north. It looks like we're still playing okay with those. So many little fellas here and there, little cubs. Are there nose wheels on that? No, they're just hovering the rear wheels because the way they render in. Stuck that. Wind pushed me down on that. Was not looking forward to that. Let's see. Fuel, fuel, fuel. We are back up. I can remove from flight plan. Yeah, what I'm just going to do, I'm going to, I'll do direct to Mount Rushmore now. Then we'll just pick up everything else from there. Okay, Walmoon, we left a... Damn, dude. We left a few dollars kind of tucked under the hose there. We appreciate the fuel. We are topped off. We are going to head off to Mount Rushmore, helicopter 42069. Yep, we're definitely playing with some wind off to the right. Pretty stout wind, too. Okay, let's go. Hey, look, you're back. Let me refresh the chat real quick and see what you said. We are in the H-125, another Airbus. The H-130, I don't know if it was just we had a super strong north headwind or something, but let's say we're heading in the same direction as this green line here on our EFB. I was flying like this basically, and I was in full left pedal, which right here I'm in full right pedal to recreate this. So it just, I don't know if it's not a stock Microsoft model that we were flying. It was one from Cowan Sim that was made for 2020. So I don't know if the winds are just that rough on that particular model helicopter, which I don't think so. They're a very common helicopter, the H-130, or if it's something that was wrong with the model. So at our fuel stop in Winner, W-I-N-N-E-R, Winner, South Dakota, we swapped out to the H-125, which there is a Cowan Sim H-125 that I do own, because I had bought it back in the 2020 days and it crossed over here. But I hopped in the one that came factory with the game. So, yeah, we're cruising the H-125 now. And I think their fuel burn model's a little bit off. I don't think it's perfect. So, in an effort to stay as realistic as possible and not to just hit my fuel add button anytime I want to, I did a detour off the Badlands here and came up to this Walmoon Municipal Airport. And now we're going to pop down to Mount Rushmore, say hello to those fellas, hit an Air and Space Museum here in whatever town this is, I forget, and then go drop off for the night at Sturgis, ride some motorcycles and bang some women wearing leather chaps. So that's the plan for right now. I did bring it up to daylight though, because I wanted to see this this national park. I don't know much about the Badlands. I wanted to see what it looked like. So I did bring up or rewind the time to be back during the day some. Because I believe right now we're deeply indefinitely in the dark now. So that just doesn't seem that exciting for stream, especially because we're in the middle of nowhere. So, out of an effort just to have an interesting thing in the stream, I opted to not fly live time, even though I prefer to fly live time, but just so we're not flying through black nothingness. Especially over the national park, there's no lights on the ground, there's no nothing. So it's really just void flying at that point. Mr. McNuggets flying an F-18. What up, dude? So yeah, factory helicopter. Sadly, they don't have any cool liveries. They have some pretty shit liveries, honestly, for all the factory stuff. I wish they had the option to build or make your own liveries. Although people would obviously abuse it. People are going to abuse the system regardless. Write profanities, do whatever they're trying to do, whatever, I don't care. Let me create stuff, because all the liveries that they have on these for career mode are awfully, awfully boring. It'd really be nice to have something that I could personalize and make it better. Also, I think they did outsource to another country for a lot of their final testing and stuff. And when I say outsource to another country, I mean outsourcing to another country. And like when you have a tour company, it's supposed to say like, mine is Czar Tours, and it says like, or like, no, it's when you're flying for somebody else on the side of the helicopter, somewhere around here, it'll say like tourist discoveries or something right there. And they didn't even have the second T in tourist. It was just T-O-U-R-I-S or T-O-U-R-S. It was something like that, just like egregiously misspelled. It's like, cool, if English isn't your first language, you probably wouldn't catch it. You go, oh, tourist, yeah, that's the word they say, because you're sounding it out. So that's depressing. Is that another H-125 over there? Yeah, smile with a rescue ship. Ninja Nerd 406, what up? Good luck with your rescue. I don't think I'm in live players right now, sadly, somehow. But best of luck to you and your rescue. Or if you're just flying, then best of luck to you and your flying. You're at 5,800 feet. 5,900, you're climbing. Don't know where you're going. Whatever. But, yep, just, another long day here at the Long Day Factory. Is this clouds or fog or something? How high are we? We're at 3,800 feet. So we're not super high up. But if the weather's the weather, then you never know. outside thermometer somewhere here. Nope. Oh, all I can do, but they only give you like a 30-foot rope. I would like an actual long line, and I would like for my weight meter here to work so I could see how much my load is. That would be cool. It's there. Like, it would have taken 2 seconds to program that in. But they didn't. Oh, outside air temperature, 2.2 Celsius. Okay, so we're cold. It's chilly here. If you're wondering where I see that, that's the bottom right of my display there. Actually, I'm not following that. I want to keep a bit more right. Be as direct as possible since this thing is a thirsty girl. Also, I realized I might have been looking down too far. Right here, OAT. I've realized that sometimes that's like all the view you're getting is when I'm looking at instruments doing so you don't see much of the outside just because of the way it crops the VR view. Which really what it is, if you're looking at the output from my computer or whatever, I'm not in the VR, so we'll say like this is my normal screen here. It shows what the left eye's seeing and what the right eye's seeing. And I have you guys cropped in what my left eye's seeing because I'm left eye dominant. So I'd much rather you peek at that because that obviously is going to be more accurate to what I'm paying attention to. We are definitely getting some almost IMC conditions, but we're going to pretend we're an Alaskan pilot and this is no big deal for us. But I feel like a fresh student or somebody just out of the academy probably would not be too keen. Where is this guy? Let's see your name up there. Curious. I don't think there's somebody that's low down over there. No. Probably a live traffic that's way up high. Way high. So I'm curious what this fog here is, what the cause of it is. But I'm sure we're playing some dew point games here. I don't think they have METARs available in the game, and that was the point that I could see what dew point and everything was to figure out if we were going to be at risk for this, but I assume the air is very soaked right now, very moist. Probably a lot of... We're in South Dakota, so it's probably a lot of snow and just cold ground that's finally seeing above freezing temperatures for the first time, so it's probably getting soaked very quickly. Very saturated. But, I don't know. Curious. Is there usually fog north of the Badlands? What's the weather like if I were to climb a couple of thousand feet? Do I completely lose my ground sight? Do I consider this as meteorological conditions if I keep going up? Who knows? Okay, Ninja Nerd, what are you flying? H-125. McNuggets in the F-18, okay. Ninja Nerd's still 30 miles away, so I don't think that's him. I think that's somebody else that's way up high that I can't see. He's at 44 now, so he's controlling it. He's doing something. We still got a bit to go before we get out here. I still have weather on. Yeah, I can't get any freaking information. Oh wow. Cool. We run it as we run it. Also, don't mind me, I am trying to actually put myself in some sort of instrument condition. Just out of a lack of self-concern for my life here. Figure it will be good practice regardless. We are getting some pretty heavy wind from the north. If I straighten out, we're gonna... The edge pushes us pretty hard. So we're gonna crab it a bit, try to feed into it. I wonder if he's doing Mount Rushmore stuff. That would distance out about right. But I wanted to climb too. See if we can get above this fog. Get plenty of speed. We'll trade that off for some hard climbing. Who knows, maybe the winds will be slightly more favorable for us here at 5,000-6,000 feet. That's what hot air balloons, though. Wind usually changes at different levels. Well, I'm not losing ground sight, that's for sure. Looks like I'll be able to tell that way before I need to, but I still have like a 3 statute mile visibility sort of thing happening here, so it's not too bad. The same altitude as him now. A little bit higher. Yeah, it looks like winds have settled out slightly better for us here. So we'll take that. What happens if we clear this crappy fog? What is this shit? Is this what South Dakota people deal with all the time? If I do see mountains ahead, that's cool. So I'm not going to worry about losing the ground here. Got plenty of power, plenty of speed. It is just a low fog sort of evening. Is that what time I have it set to? I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it. It's making it exciting for me, at least. Okay, yeah, it clears out over there, so it's just kind of this area that's foggy and crappy. It might clear out before we make it over to the range. But still have ground sight the whole time, so not that bad. Level it off around 7 or so here. 6,700-ish. Sound, I think that's it. It's following behind me. Oh no, that's that Sky West or whatever. I don't think that's a player. Yeah. I don't know what the hell that is. Weird flight path there, bud. You can definitely still see the ground. Feels like we're floating on heaven or something. Just, Also, guys, I swear I'm not in sim rate right now. It's just, buffeting with wind and all. 20 miles from the mountain. Times that about right. We're doing 90 knots. 106 over the ground. And we got a weird tailwind thing happening. We're gonna lean into it, see if we can vertical stabilize our way out of it. That's another thing that I don't want to do this entire series. I don't want to do any sim rate or fast forwarding. Although on days like today, it's boring, not that exciting. I want to try to do all this real time. Got nothing else going on, so might as well. He's going for that VOR, isn't he? Going for the sombrero. So yeah, we're definitely above this foggy crap now. It's just that foggy crap. It's weird afternoon fog. Check them. Of course, that's not going to work anymore. So yeah, I think we're stuck with this time. Ain't nothing we can do now. Not a thing. Yeah, don't care either. We're flying real time. We're doing it for Dale. I'm adjusting my mask because I have been wearing it for going on 4 hours now. The thing is, most of it's been flying. There's very little time on the ground, swapping into the new helicopter, so... What I want to do with this fog and everything, I want to hit terrain. That way my... Sorry about that. That way, coming into this more mountainous stuff here, even with the fog, you'll see me, I'll start killing altitude here. As we get closer, you'll see this become more green and yellow and red, letting me know if I'm closer to any of these mountains than I need to be for safety. It's really hard to tell distance looking at that one that's out in front of us right there. It's hard to tell the distance and height and... Sorry, any of these jerks is me readjusting my seat. My cyclic here is not self-centering for my peripherals, which I love my peripherals, but that's one thing I would change if I could. Maybe I'll upgrade to the Vipral one day. But as far as this is concerned, I'm more than okay, and it's just sometimes when I move around it, it moves with me. So at my current path, you can see there's a whole bunch of red over there. So when I level myself off, the red's going to tell me that's going to be close, which we're okay with close. Close is what makes us feel alive. I wonder if Ninja Nerd over there is doing it real time or if he's doing a different time of the day or something. So you can see we're crossing over the yellow part here, but it's going to get taller for us here. So that's one thing we need to look out for as we come up. What I'm going to do, I'm even going to go a bit to our south while watching where we're flying, obviously. Where's my mouse? I want to follow this road a bit. Because if I know I can watch a road, I know I can stay above it. So we're going to watch this crest here ahead of us. As you can see, as we add some height, some of that will start fading out from being red. Well, we've definitely had a headwind. Not headwind, but a northern wind this entire day. That's something unique in this part of the world, I would assume. Because I haven't really seen it in other places that I've flown. Do this at night would be, I won't say impossible, but wild. Although I think it's clear at night. Still can't access that, so we're stuck at this time of day now. Unless I were to land and reset it. But I don't even think start menuing this would do anything. Yeah, this is definitely not conditions you'd want to fly in, that's for sure. I'm going to be following this valley here. I can see it getting higher on me. I'm going to follow this road up to the right a little bit because I can see it. But I told you we're going to Mount Rushmore. Damn it, we are going to go to Mount Rushmore. I will not be a liar. I will be a lot of things, but a liar is not one. At least for this. But you're beautiful. And the mountains get taller. I I think the cool thing is there's actually like a helipad near the viewing area for Mount Rushmore. So if we want to, what we might do is try to land and walk. No, it's too late already. It's freaking 11:30. But when else would I be here to do that? Good question. We may land at the base and forget about the actual helipad, because I'm not sure how well they have that would, or how well that helipad would be rendered in. That would be a big thing to think about, because obviously some of this stuff is not the best completed, because I don't think they have somebody going around and putting in every single little airport and helipad that's out there. It's very procedural, very AI driven. We are getting very close, guys. I'm going to start slowing myself down a good bit. There's that road over there, Looks like the big parking lot area straight ahead of us. Looks like that's where our helicopter friend is right now, over on the pad. So what we'll do, we'll come down and say hey to him, if there's space for us. There is a helipad. I don't see him. Actually, what we're going to do, we're going to see the mountain real quick. I'm not sure if it's a rendered in thing. I figured he'd be there on the helipad, because he's sure as shit not up there. Okay, so Mount Rushmore. Kind of a big parking area here. It comes up and looks over here at this stone face. But it doesn't look like it's been modeled. So Mount Rushmore is nothing more than a mountain right now. Yep. Oh well. Let's throw skids down at this place real quick, just to say we did that. Is that it straight ahead of us here? Yeah. We'll put skids down, then continue on to the museum. And then after we hit the museum, we'll head up to Sturgis. And we'll call it a long stream good night. A lot of wind that we're playing with right here. So maybe we're gonna turn ourselves to the north a little bit. Some tall trees though. Do not like this LZ. I'm sure it's much cleaner in real life. But sim-wise, it is being rather assholey to us. I don't know where he's at. I don't want to really encroach on him. Anyways, there, cool. Skids down Mount Rushmore. And now we're going to head northeast. 20 minutes or so. I feel like we're just going to throw some altitude at this just to not worry about it. So, picking up right rudder. There we go. Turn our nose into the wind, use that to our advantage. On we go. Someone's out there over to the left, but I can't see their name, so. It's just a rock, honestly. I mean, why wouldn't it be, you know? It's like Stone Mountain, Georgia. It's like, it's just a rock. Like, the coolest thing about Stone Mountain is that they have a full laser show programmed with it. Which I wonder what those generals and officers and stuff would think about their, see, there's a little heliport place there on that tower. I wonder what they would think about having their likeness turned into a laser show where it's in a predominantly like rundown part of town and stuff. Like, the park's the nicest part of Stone Mountain, honestly. Okay, get myself readjusted. We're staying low to the ground this time. We got our altitude to get out of the landing spot, but when you say plane spotting, you mean like going up on Stone Mountain and plane spotting from the actual mountain itself, or are you talking about just watching smaller stuff around Lawrenceville Airport or whatever's nearby? LA 28. Not familiar with that livery. Give me a second. Oh, nice. Didn't know we had that livery out. I've seen a couple of cool livery planes here and there. It's always like, okay, cool, that's random. Okay, let's pay attention to where we're flying and actually pay attention. It's, I think anywhere from the ground's not the best vantage point. So it's like, you take what you can get, and if you can put yourself another like 600 feet up, then why not take it? Does it show my path anywhere around here? No. Oh, yeah, there it is. Cool. I know, I was working at, what's it called? If you want a neat place that I don't think you need a badge to get into, but they may come and tell you to leave, if you go to the new Assembly Studios, just northwest of PDK, it's on the approach or departure path for PDK. I don't even know it's on Google Maps yet because it's so new. 100-year anniversary A350. Interesting. Yeah, I've never paid too much attention to this, like, the livery stuff and the big plane stuff. I've been so much more small plane, helicopter, general aviation, a little bit PJ oriented too. When it's something that's uh, like lower to the ground, but as soon as they get like above 10,000 feet, like I stop caring because I can't see them and I really want to see them. Yeah, basically, if you look up like Nally Infinity of Atlanta, and there's the Mike Riaz Nissan just kind of south of it. Just south of those, you'll see like this. If you're looking at satellite view, you'll see like Assembly Road and stuff like that. Actually, I can pull it up on my little EFB here. We have the power to do this. So, back in at Atlanta. Am I heading in the right direction? Look, I'm going to do this. I don't like using the cheater thing, but since I'm demonstrating, I'm going to show you this. So, Atlanta, PDK, okay. Up here, this used to be like an assembly plant for a car dealership or manufacturer or something like that. Anyways, it's now all Hollywood studios and stages. Their parking garage is like right here, and you can get into that parking garage without having to go on lot, so they don't check your badge or anything. You just drive in. Once you park, then you can go inside and get on the stages, but only if you're working or whatever. But you can see that is pretty much directly under the approach path. And a lot of times they'll be doing their base and final entry right there over the stages. So during lunch, during the times when I would be working there, we had such a good view of all these Gulfstreams and Falcons and Citations and like global. I mean, if you were into PJ spotting, that is the place to go for PJ spotting. But I don't know what the camera situation is like there on the upper levels of that parking garage. I never went up there, so I don't know if it's something where if you go up there, they're going to eventually come like, hey, what are you doing, or whatever. I don't know if they're going to call you out for that. But it's not pay to enter because it's people that go and work on the stages there. So whenever I was working on the shows I was working on there, you park in there because it's owned by Assembly or whatever, and like you really have no reason to park there unless you're going to work there. And then we just go and we scan our badge and go inside. But yeah, there's no pay to enter. It's literally you go in. Last time I was there, the parking there was unmetered. Because like I said, you scan your badge once you get inside. It's like, cool, we don't care if you park here, just if you're parking here, you're obviously going to work there. So that was their thing. But like I said, if there's no cameras like top level, which I'm sure there's cameras because they're going to make sure that productions are paying a lot of money, and if a director has their fucking car broken into, they're going to be pretty upset. So I'm sure there's cameras, I'm sure there's somebody monitoring it. But I think it would be a great spotting location if you were able to pull off getting up there, or pull off getting up there and being able to stay up there. As long as you have like approaches or departures that are leaving over there, even if you can get up there and do it for 10 minutes before they say something, I mean, you'd have such a good fucking... I mean, it's every 2 minutes when it's in the busy times of the day. If not more. I mean, they're in and out all day. Got some towers here in front of us. What up, guys? Think you can hide from me in your little stupid low-level fog? Oh crap, we're entering a military base. That's why we're going into a freaking looks like a Charlie. Not Bravo. It's not busy enough for a Bravo, but I think it's a Charlie just because it's a military base. Okay, whatever, military base. We have explicit permission from the Air and Space Museum to come touch down in their parking lot and do some hovering over their airplanes on display. So we've got permission from them, and thankfully your commanding officer gave us permission to come in there. So we are now 5 miles to your southwest We're going to be directed to the Air and Space Museum. Thank you. But like I said, MPDK also has that bleacher area as well that you can go in and sit and do spotting from, and I've seen people do spotting there. But I'm curious if that parking garage is cambered up top, which it might be where they have the cameras at the entrance just to catch license plates of people going in and out, so in case there is a break-in they can just be like, okay, cool, well, this person went in and left 5 minutes later, so obviously they were the thief. But if it's just that, then nobody's watching up top, dude. I mean, you're so low on the approach path there. Why do you need permission? Just do it illegally. Yeah, exactly. I land where I want, when I want. Though sometimes I'll hear like a phantom Bell 407, because they have like a more humming sound for helicopters. They're very, very obvious that it's a Bell 407. 206s I can usually call out. And I'm talking about here at my house. I can usually call out the 206s pretty well. But every once in a while, it'll be an R66, which from a distance you really can't tell that much, but when it gets closer, it's pretty obvious. But the 407s are a very sort of sound coming to me, and I just heard like a phantom sound of one, so I had to check my flight radar to see if that was it or not. Guys, I have to pause the stream. There's a real helicopter outside. What, you don't like getting blown by piston engines? You don't like getting blown and pissed on? Wow. Thought you were into it. And it's not that bad. I mean, like, you can get down by the fence, really. And, get the piston engine breezes, but it's not that bad. There's enough distance where it's not like a super terrible thing. But the day I was there and I went to the bleacher spot was not a super busy day, so I didn't get to really see much. But it is something I want to do more now. Since my shows are off, and like I said, I'm doing this whole helicopter journey because of my lack of things to do at the moment. It's like I'm not going to do it during the day until I start getting like directly overseas, and I'll probably start doing it different times of the day. Like I said, this is more for me. Having viewers is nice, but it's kind of more for me. Hey guys, we're cutting your approach path here. Or your departure path, I don't know. Probably your approach path. See, I'm hearing that 407 buzz, but I'm not seeing it. Then again, a lot of times they won't transmit. I'm going to pause real quick. I still kind of hear it. Damn, I gotta scoot forward now. Make myself taller. Elaine does not look down on me. But I'm right under a path where everybody's going from like Perry or Florida or whatever coming north. So I get a lot of helicopters over the house here. Usually at full tick too, good 110, 120 knots as they're passing. I want to say I hear one. I'm gonna say there's one outside, but we're also outside of the 30-mile radius from Atlanta, so we don't get a lot of, or some like air evac doesn't like to have their stuff on their transponder, so we don't really get to see who they are when they're passing where they came from until they get further north. Okay, so we got some cool planes here. Let's kind of see if we can see what they are. Looks like a DC-3 or something like that. Something, a Phantom, an experimental, like an X5 or something. They got a bone. They got a couple like medium range type things there. They got a big ass two-blade helicopter. What the hell is that? I can't tell. Let's look over this way a little bit more. Yeah, they got a hell of a selection here. Shout out to Gwen. Good suggestion, B-52. And actually, she does some plane spotting, so I'm going to sit down here in their parking lot, and I'm going to shout out her Instagram handle. So that way, everybody can go see. She's a warbird enthusiast. When I say everybody, I mean you and anybody in the future who's listening. Check chat real quick, make sure you haven't seen anything else. The way 60s come over my house, oh yeah, I bet. I honestly don't think I've ever been in like the backwash of a commercial jet. Okay, anyway, her Instagram, the one that suggested this spot, is Flugs and Mommy, FLUGZEUGMAMI. Flug, ZEUG, Mommy. So, 5 people watching, don't forget them. On my cell phone it doesn't show 5, it shows 3, and my laptop may show more, but I'm not going to turn around that way. FLUG, no, Flug, ZU, Flugzug, ZEUG, MAMI. Yeah, there we go, I just typed it in on my alt there. So, yeah, give her a follow. She does a lot of warbirds and shit like that. I'm actually probably going down to her and her boyfriend's place, which I was friends with him first. One of my homies. And we're going to take back off now and go and get our final resting place for the night. Because it is kind of almost midnight. Okay, base, we're overflying the military base at super low altitudes. Don't mind us. Just ignore what you think is happening. She may be German. I don't know what her last name is. But she's into old warplanes, like especially World War II airplanes, so it probably comes a lot from that. But she suggested like 30 different... actually, I'm going to buzz their ramp while we're going here. Might as well. Got the fuel, got a little bit of time. But, yeah, see, she suggested like 30 different air museums. And I looked at all of them on Google Maps, and I kind of picked that one because it was most directly in the... Why are there 320s here? It was most directly in the path of where we were flying, and also it looked like there was a lot of aircraft on the ground on display. Translates to airplane mob. But it looked like it'd be the most viewable, visible sort of place to go. So all the other ones, it looked like everything was inside, so you really wouldn't be able to get much by flying around on the outside. Pensacola, wow. Have you not done or have you done the one in Warner Robins yet? I went there with my ex, but it was later in the day, so we had to kind of rush through it. I didn't get to spend a good day looking through everything and reading all the plaques and everything, but it was still cool. They had a decent selection, like 3 buildings that they had. Cool thing was there's I don't know if it was an XR-71 or the A-12 that was in one of the buildings, but then also in that same building was a CH-53, which really shows you how absolutely, like, unhinged massive those helicopters are. It's all fat almost vertical stabilizer. Nice. Yeah, haven't done Pensacola. I want to do the Pensacola Air Show too, kind of like their home show. I think that'd be awesome to go see. But yeah, the one in Warner Robins, super solid. Not that far of a drive for you. If you do, hit up the Instagram. Let me know. I'll meet you down there. I have nothing to do. I'll really do my personal. You can figure that out. It's following and followed by Multi-Shop Matt's actual or whatever. Anyways, whatever. Yeah, the thing that blew me away with the SR-71 was just the size of the engines on that. Like you see F-18 exhaust or whatever at air shows because you can walk near and close to those jets. It's like, okay, cool, it's big. The SR-71 is like passenger jet sized exits of the exhaust, like turbofan sized exits, but it's not a turbofan engine. Or is it? I don't know. Either way, they are fucking huge. And that was the biggest thing for me. I went last winter, so they weren't training. Oh. Yeah, museum's solid. They have like 3 or 4 buildings at the museum, so they have like the big one that has like the 2 floors where it was like really built as a museum. The other 2 were like hangars turned into museum extensions, if you want to say that. Yeah, it was super good. I enjoyed it. I really want to go back and check it out again. And I want to say it's free entry too, where you can just like tip the people or whatever. And it's like, yeah, the SR-71's big. I'm not really surprised at the size of aircraft anymore, but even knowing that the plane was going to be big, I was not expecting the size of the actual, like I said, the engines itself. That was the part that like took me aback more than I expected. I'm trying to think what else was there. There was a handful of stuff outside, like her dad had worked on like the E6B, which is like the 707, but the military designation or something. I forget. I didn't pay that much attention. Just because it was kind of a big, slow airplane when there's a whole bunch of super cool, fast airplanes around, as well as helicopters and like neat shit. So I really wasn't paying attention to the Boeing that was converted to be Boeing with a different name. But yeah, Warner Robins was solid. Definitely want to go back. I'll be doing at least one or two in Florida when I'm down there visiting Airplane Mommy. And I know they'll probably come up and do Warner Robins. Sorry about wiggling around again a whole bunch, readjusting the seat. I'm sure there's more that I'll do with her as well. Whenever her and her man come up, and I think we're going to hit a couple of places around Georgia, whether it's like car museums and airplane stuff. And anyways, we got a whole list of things to do. And if I'm ever traveling or can meet them on one of their vacations somewhere, I'm like, hey, cool, if y'all are ever nearby and it's somewhere I want to go and y'all are Airbnb and have an extra room for a day, I will gladly come out and hit air museums or whatever with y'all. Yeah, lots of planes are big. Who knew? Who knew that you can make a small airplane, but it don't go far? You want to carry a lot of weight, you got to make it big. You want to make it big, you need a lot of room for fuel. You need a lot of room for fuel because it's heavy, you got to make it bigger. And it's just kind of like what was that flying aircraft carrier that they wanted to do where it was like normal jet powered, but then it would be nuclear powered once it's in the air or something like that? What was... Things can get big. I don't know if that one would have been possible, but it was neat regardless. Look at these points here. Hotney, Gohar. I'm not doing that teardrop pattern when we get up here. They can choke on that. We're going to go directly to ramp. We're going to find the fuel farm. It looks like that's it here. So we're going to continue what we've been doing and just park next to the fuel. Sturgis Airport. This is helicopter 42069, 10 miles to the south, heading direct to ramp. Sturgis traffic. The thing, no, it wasn't Marvel. It was like a real concept thing, but it might as well have been a Marvel, whatever. But it actually looked more like an airplane, where it was actually flying by creating lift over the wings, but it was so big where it's like, cool, it just kind of lumbers along in the upper atmosphere. But it was something that apparently was being relatively seriously considered at one point. Actually, I don't want that anymore. I just want to be on it. What's my thing there? Whatever. We're almost there. That's what matters. We are so close. We are so close, I can taste it. It has been a long flight. Hey there, Sturgis. You're not in sight yet with the fogs, but as you can tell, we're definitely IFR. Because I've been following this road all the way up here. So we're headed in towards you now on the ramp. We are on a... let's call it a 3-mile final. Our 4-mile final for the ramp, 3 for the runway. Yeah, that Lockheed thing, that's what it was. It's made by one of those big people that was looking for just a big freaking check from the government. Oh, you want us to develop this aircraft carrier aircraft? That's going to cost you a whole bunch of money, Mr. Sam. You can just write us a check for, like $500 billion or something. That'd be no big deal. You could just write us a little check for this and we could start developing it. I don't know if it'll be delivered, but we can start developing for $500 billion. Then we can start talking about a price for real eventually. Okay, let's see. Runway should be in sight any second now. I am searching, but it is getting thicker here. Which, yeah, this is definitely IFR, not taking off conditions, but I don't play that shit. We are Alaskan pilots, as far as I'm concerned. We're just cruising too. Easy flying. Hey, there we go. We got the ramp in sight. We are on a 1 mile final from the south. Sturgis County traffic. Watch your motorcycles, boys. Here we're coming. We're going to do a more aggressive quick stop coming in for you guys. Show you off a little bit of the cool things helicopters can do, and definitely not act dangerously whatsoever. Tell that bus to get the hell out of our way. And lowering the collective, pulling back. Pushing forward, back up on the collective. Where's it showing fuel stuff? Why do you kill my sound? Ugh. We'll set down real quick and pause and unpause to get our sound back, and then we'll hover over to parking. Pause and unpause. Got our sound. Okay, let's figure out where the fuel farm is, because that's where I kind of like parking right now, just because it gives us a more normal or accurate place to spawn back into for tomorrow. It's super cool that you were here for the beginning of the day and the end of the day. Thanks for coming back. Do I see fuel pumps anywhere? Where are they hiding these things? There's a fuel truck, but they actually have like pumps that will render in. Weird, usually on something that's like this modeled. Well, that tower's also inside that building. So I feel like the pumps are SOL. So we'll just throw it over here on the corner. And we'll call it good. Cool. Throttle down. Lights are off. That's off. Turn the pitot heat off. Horn. We can turn you off. Generator. Avionics. Watch that go down. Bada bing, bada boom. Of course, lost sound again. Weird bug. Next stream, let me check my Google Maps real quick because I have it more mapped out there. Next stream, we're taking off from here in Sturgis. We are heading west to go see Devil's Tower National Monument, which is that giant thing that I'm kind of believing is a giant petrified tree now. From there, we are heading west to Grable. There's a Museum of Flight out there with a couple of planes parked out, but we're really just stopping there for fuel. This is going to be a long day tomorrow as well. From Grable, we're going directly west into Yellowstone National Park. Once we get in there, we're going to head up and follow the valley into Bozeman. We're going to see Alex Steele's old USA shop and the place where Expedition Overland has their hangar set up at their house. And I think we're going to call it a day either there or in Butte, Montana. But I think we'll just call it in Bozeman and do Butte the next day. But that's the general thing. That's the general plan. Let's see, we have our rotor speed down, which means I can pop that brake on there, pull it nice and easily. I'm going to turn fuel off since we're leaving this here for a bit. We're going to leave our anti-collision lights on, so that way the strobes are always on for whoever's out there. And battery off. And we can get rid of you. Put you in my pocket. So, Bud, thanks again for coming back and finishing up the stream. I made it a little bit less arduous. But, yeah, here we go, Sturgis. 2 to 3 more days and we're out of the continental U.S. We chase up towards Alaska. So, where's my screen all the way over there? It always does that. End flight, so we officially ended that. So yeah, next one, Devil's Tower's over here. Then we're gonna hit Gray, whatever it's like right here-ish. Or here-ish or something. Then we follow our road into Yellowstone, which I believe is this lake. Then we're gonna follow that up, yeah, up this way to Bozeman. So, range crossing, through the mountains, Yellowstone, up and through. Then from there, Idaho crossing, then a Washington crossing, and then we're out of the country. Then we're kind of bouncing places up through here. I'm going to strategically pick airports that are actually something that would have Jet A. So that we're not just like landing at a grass strip with nothing there. Big days will be Anchorage. We'll go as far north as we can to grab a little bit of fuel somewhere up here. I want to cross McKinley. Then bounce over here, which that's going to be a couple of long legs. But it's not as far as you think because of the globe and how everything does. So it's not that far. We're going to hit up here, eventually leave from Nome, Alaska, and possibly hit this island and over, or go straight over. I don't think it's that far. Like, let's, I want to throw the gas on here just to see what distance looks like. Fuel and payload, manage fuel. Let's say we throw a full tank up in this bitch. And if we pop off from Nome, where does that put us? Oh yeah, we got plenty, so we don't have to island hop if we want to. When you're looking at it on the map, it seems like it's super, super far, but it's not that far. It's super short just because of the way the globe shapes and on a flat thing. Anyways, so we go from there. We'll hit over here somewhere. This is a thing that's being hard to figure out where to go, because all those are heliports. I think the next airport is over here. So I may ferry tank that, or I may say it's a bigger helicopter. And then from there, like, we're not going far. It looks like it's a long way, but I mean, it's going to be like a week-long trip to get down here. And then the big thing will be able to be getting over to Japan here. So whenever we're able to make our way down to Zatvilichka, then we'll hop over to Japan. But this is going to be an asshole here, and I expect it's going to be boring because it looks like a lot of snow and there's not a lot of coastal things to do. So there you go. This one has a fuel farm there, but it's going to be I feel like that's going to be the biggest chore, getting to Japan. From Japan, I could jump over to South Korea and around, but I think I want to do the islands down, hit Taiwan, bounce over to Shanghai, follow that coast down. I'm not going to worry about Indonesia. There's so much jumping in the ocean that it's not that exciting for helicopters. Anyways, hit around here, bounce through Thailand. I'd like to go through Bangkok. Plus, they have beautiful mountains in this area. Then make our way up through Myanmar. Nepal, possibly do a base camp Everest run. And then eventually there's a point where it's like here or something is like the last airport before you cross into India. So I'd like to hit that, then completely clear India. I don't want to land there at all. And then we'll do an Afghanistan tour, hit Baghdad and some cool battles and stuff, bounce around, swing the UAE. Maybe a desert crossing, that might be kind of boring, but they have a lot of neat stuff over here on this side. Cairo pyramids, I want to do Benghazi and jump the islands. Actually, I think Benghazi, where is Benghazi? Benghazi's right here. I want to hit Benghazi, and there'll be a little backtrack to get over here. But then we can hit these islands and actually enjoy a bit of a Euro tour sort of thing. Straight-ish, but I want to... Europe's so small that it's not that big of a deal to take a couple of days through there. Then we'll do this, and then we'll have a whole bunch of ocean days of getting up here somewhere. We'll pick like that airport there, or we'll just straight on. I don't think there's any point in doing this, then this. Let's see what our distances are like. Says departure. So yeah, the 125 can get us there. But we'll have a couple of ocean days doing the Greenland crossing to get back down and then back in. Bada bing, bada boom. Easy peasy. And I think what I'm going to do too, just because I want to fly by Cletus's place in Florida, I think we'll coast it down. And then we'll do a swing through here and up on the last day. Oh yeah, dude, you should see the Google Maps on my phone. I've got so many of these places. I basically have the full around the world bookmarked. Except for like Japan and stuff, because it's like there's so many airports there. I'm not super worried about specifically hitting anywhere, but all the dead areas, I basically have all the airports figured out. So, but if it's like a super populated area, I haven't paid that much attention. Like here, I'm just kind of like guessing as I go, because it's like, oh, cool, we can make it here. But when we get out here, I don't know anywhere. I don't think I know anybody that knows anywhere. But I mean, there's obviously freaking airports in these areas, freaking Vietnam and shit. Like you can see there's plenty of airports around to where I'm not worried about, oh man, I don't know where I'm going. Like we'll pick a direction, we'll find a couple of places around there, and we'll just go and explore. But anyways, on that, I've been wearing this headset for way too long, so you specifically for visiting and coming back. And hopefully I'll see you guys and everybody else tomorrow, probably. Most likely. I don't see why not.